and their peoples. On our part as a government, we will continue to support policies and plans aimed at advocating the use of MIL to create a peaceful and cohesive society where trust and respect for each other become a norm rather than an exception. Already, our collaboration with UNESCO and other partners has stimulated the development and promotion of MIL policies at all levels of government, as well as strategies aimed at helping citizens to learn and imbibe the skills of MIL. In furtherance of this mission, we encourage the establishment of the MIL Coalition of Nigeria, MILCOM, in 2017, a coalition established to facilitate coordination of interventions on MIL in Nigeria and promote synergy among its stakeholders.
Assistant Director General Communication and Information UNESCO said the challenge of trusting misinformation and fake news in information dissemination is truly a multi-stakeholders challenge that could be tackled in the most inclusive possible way.
So older generations become media and information literate, so they can discern between the fake news and the verified news. They can check the source of the information they come across before they like it and they share it. We don't want them to become a relay of misinformation and disinformation. So what we are doing, advocacy, awareness creation, awareness raising, but also training. We have developed curricula, which we made available to UNESCO member states, recommending that they integrate our media information literacy curriculum and content into their educational system. Last month, at the UN headquarters in New York City, there was the Transforming Education Summit, to which UNESCO greatly contributed. Media and information literacy was a corner topic in that Transforming Education Summit. These are the what of the topic, and how we can further operationalize the concept. It is obviously through partnerships.
And to other parts of Africa, 11 leaders from Central Africa have gathered in DRC's capital, Kinshasa, to discuss the process of political transition in Chad. A member of the Economic Community of Central African States, Chad has been represented by Mohamed Idris Deby, who was appointed transitional president by a national forum earlier this month. The meeting comes days after the clash between the Chadian police and protesters, in which 50 people died, including a dozen members of security forces, according to government talk. And outside Africa, United States, Japan and South Korea have warned that an unparalleled scale of response would be warranted if North Korea conducts a 7 nuclear bomb test. Washington and its allies believe North Korea could be about to resume a nuclear bomb testing for the first time since 2017. And South Korean First Vice Foreign Minister told a news conference in Tokyo that there's an agreement that an unparalleled scale of response would be necessary if North Korea pushes ahead with the 7th nuclear test.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. It's always wonderful. Japan and the Republic of Korea are strong and close allies to the United States. Our commitment to defending both countries is ironclad, and we are clearly bound together by common security interests. All of this behavior, all of it, is reckless and deeply destabilizing to the region. We urge the DPRK to refrain from further provocations, and we remain committed to dialogue with the DPRK without preconditions. First of all, let me be clear about U.S. policy regarding Taiwan. Our policy has not changed. We believe intensely that we need to maintain peace across the Taiwan Strait, and no one should take unilateral action to change that status quo. We have for a long time had our one China policy. That includes as well the 6 assurances and the Taiwan Relations Act passed by our legislature, which means that we will support Taiwan in its ability to defend itself.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Messi Eboko. Many thanks for watching.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The World Health Organization states that close to 800,000 persons die by suicide yearly. Every 40 seconds, at least one person is likely to commit suicide. Nigeria has Africa's highest caseload of depression and ranks 15th in the world in the frequency of suicide. World Suicide Prevention Day is a global public health day celebrated on September 10th, which is aimed at commitments and actions to prevent suicide all over the world through various activities and to help raise awareness among people to prevent their loved ones from suicide and mental disorders. The theme of this year's World Suicide Prevention Day is Creating Hope Through Action, which reflects the need for collective action to address this public health issue. According to the training coordinator of a non-governmental organization, Suicide Research Prevention Initiative, suicide rate in Nigeria is underreported or miscoded. This is because suicide is a criminal offense. With the shortage of mental health care personnel, cultural and religious beliefs about mental health and suicide stigma. Some have a misconception of suicide. It is important to not blame suicide victims.
Sometimes when people just sit down and just make statements like those that have attempted suicide or those that have killed themselves, that they are worthless, they are sinners. No, you shouldn't say such a thing. We as a society, we should begin to build a culture of compassion where we show empathy to people, listen to people not judgmentally, to understand them from their point of view rather than just to respond to them.
She said with love and support, along with professional help, suicide can be prevented.
Send them to professionals where they can be properly evaluated, assessed, know the root cause of why they are even suicidal. Suicide is an end thing. It's a bigger picture, but you need to know what this person is even suicidal. And of course, if it's depression is treatable. If it is pain, is it the kind of pain that can be managed? There are painkillers, there are even surgeries to even regulate pain, and there are even non-medication treatment for some of these illnesses. Meditation, yoga, some form of exercises and all that. So it's very key that we put all these.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. It's Wednesday morning and I am your host, Mikhail Tinubu. You know, sometimes our athletes do much more than we expect. It's easy to become jaded from disappointment. We know that you can't win every game, you can't win every race, but it still hurts when you put so much hope into a team, an athlete, and they don't do just quite so well. But the Flamingos, well, the national under-17 women's team of Nigeria have surpassed all expectations in their quest for history and the first ever semi-final appearance on October 26th when they stepped onto the Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium field. They will take on Colombia, who are also competing at this stage for the first time in their history. Colombia has never advanced past the group stage, in contrast to Nigeria, who have 3 times reached the quarterfinal stage. Both nations won 3 and lost 1 of their matches en route to the semi-finals. Nigeria scored 8 goals while conceding 3 compared to Colombia's 7 and 2. Both Nigeria and Colombia participated in the first tournament that New Zealand hosted in 2008, but neither nation advanced past the first round. Colombia finished last in Group A, while Nigeria placed 3rd in Group D. Linda Caicedo poses the biggest threat for Colombia. 4 of Colombia's 7 goals in India have been scored by the number 11, and both of her goals have come from inside the box. Colombia has demonstrated that crosses, however, into their box are their weaknesses. When crosses are piled into their box, that's when they're at their most vulnerable, and we'll hope that the Flamingos can take advantage of that significant weakness. The fact is, this is the Flamingos' first chance in the semi-finals, and they've already done better than could be expected of them. And no matter how this tale ends in this match, they've done us proud, and I hope we can all tune in to support them. Speaking of supporting Nigerian athletes, notable former Nigerian track and field internationals have urged Nigerians to continue to vote for reigning world 100-meter hurdles champion and record holder Tobi Amusan, as she bids to become the first Nigerian to be crowned World Athlete of the Year by World Athletics. Mary Onyali, a former African track and field champion, and Charlton Ehizulen, a former long jump champion from Nigeria, are leading this initiative. They are joined, among others, by Glory Aloze, who won the silver medal at the Olympics, World Indoor and Outdoor Championships. Endurance Ojokolo, the current 100-meter leader in Nigeria, Olusoji Fasuba, and former record holder Angela Atere. Amusan is one of the 10 women nominated for the yearly award, and 25% of the votes that she will require to win will come from fans worldwide. A 3-way voting process will determine the finalists. the World Athletics Council and the World Athletics family will cast their votes by email, while fans can vote online via the World Athletics social media platforms. Individual graphics for each nominee are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. A like on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, or a retweet on Twitter will count as one vote. This is the kind of time that Nigerians need to pull together, because sports can always garner us in the same direction. It can always channel our energies, our frustrations, our hopes and dreams. And this is the kind of situation where we can show the oneness, the support that we have for each other through supporting Amusan. I would hope that our votes, given the overwhelming number of our population, can potentially tip her over the line. Don't forget, when she set the record the first time, there were questions about whether she did it right. Questions about whether she was on substances. All of that proved to be for naught, because her standing, her integrity in the game is unquestionable.
And early 2000, one of my cousins was telling me of one incident that happened at the area. I think that was some years back. That period, a woman, her son, according to her, stole from her, and she started shouting, "Thief, thief!" People came and started beating the child. Later, so they wanted to burn him. He said, "No, my pikin, no burn him." And there was another incident that happened during the lockdown. His young boy stole what, Gari? Remember that story? And he was burnt. We didn't find out. In Lagos here, that was during the lockdown. So why, this is sheer wickedness to me. There is nothing like trying to prove a point. Oh, let's kill them so that robbery will stop, or this is wrong. Many of these people that were burnt alive were actually innocent. Many of them were not guilty.
I think we should look at the fundamentals of when these mob killings happen, where does it happen? Who are the people that participate in it? We see that most people that participate in it are either illiterate or extremely poor people, or people that have nothing much going on for them. And mostly people that maybe they are poor, no hope for them, the government isn't doing much for them, society isn't doing much for them, and they probably go to bed hungry, they wake up still no hope, begging for food and looking for meat. When you get burnt, when they mob you, that's the worst thing that can happen.
Not me.
No. When they mob someone, okay, the mentality is, even though I go to bed hungry, I don't have hope, I don't have anything going on for my life, I'm still better than that person that was mobbed.
Okay, so to be honest with you, I hear you, but I just disagree with you. And the classic example is Deborah. They were not poor. They're students. They were not illiterates. They're students in a polytechnic that you would assume have a level of enlightenment. And for me, I think what I'm really trying to raise here is not even just it's a mob, there's a mob mentality. There's something that happens when a mob takes over that really nobody can control.
Mm-hmm.
What really bothers me,
in that sense.
What bothers me, sorry Elijah, may I just finish? What really bothers me is the government's lack of inaction and the fact that all these things that we've talked about, they've happened, but no one has been convicted. No one has been brought to book. So look at Deborah, for instance. People have been arrested for conspiracy and disturbing the public peace. Who's been arrested for the murder? The one in Lekki as well. Yes, good. The government has banned the motorcycles, but
it will not solve the problem.
It's not bringing the person back to life.
Yeah. For you to I think, arrest someone for murder, you need to know what final hit killed the person, and you need to know the person that made a final hit to kill the person, because that means you're accusing about 50 people of murder, which is not possible.
Well, some of them may be responsible for manslaughter. So if not murder, but some of them may be responsible
in the first place.
I think the person that started it in the first place, in the case of the Lekki situation, the Okada men that first came to start the opera are the ones that are being arrested, and if I can't justify it. It is appalling.
There's no justification.
I heard about the Lekki thing, and then I heard about the Deborah. I'm a Muslim, and I heard that the Deborah situation had something to do
Religious
with religion
connotation.
and this thing. And then you see, we bring a quote in our Quran that says that we shouldn't take a life. It is there. And then some people misinterpret it as we are fighting for God and this thing. And like, it's like, how many people, like even me, that I'm Muslim, I'm scared of going to this side of the place where Deborah was schooling. I won't mention the state. I'm scared of going there because they are extremists. They won't, if I'm telling them Islam is my religion, I understand you and this thing, they won't key into what I'm trying to say because they will think like maybe I'm whitewashed or I'm westernized and this thing. They are extremists. You can't really make sense with a stupid person.
Okay, the thing is, from what you said, it's not, I would disagree with you with regard to what you said initially about the persons that are involved in mob action are usually illiterate, nothing much for them. It's not actually true. It's mob mentality.
Mob mentality.
When I was in secondary school, I remember we were having a conversation with our English teacher, and he said something, that there was a day he was driving through the popular Vaux Agri, because that period, almost every weekday when we come back from school, we're going towards Vaux, you must see a dead body along that Vaux body. Yeah, they've killed somebody, they've burnt someone, because there's always robbery there. Now, guess what? He said there was someone that was alleged of stealing, and before you know, people gathered and started beating him. The next thing, the woman parked her vehicle, came down from her vehicle, say, I have fuel, let's burn him. Now, that woman, according to him,
did not know what was happening.
Not a poor woman, she's not.
And she had no idea what was happening.
It's just mob mentality, like you said. So the government have to be decisive. Number one, nobody has the right to take laws into their hands. If you feel somebody do something wrong, hand over the person to the police. Let the police do their job. And they should also pass a bill that anybody involved in mob action, if they can arrest the person, if you're involved one way or remotely or directly, the person should spend some time in jail because it's wrong.
I think our problem is not that there are no laws. It's just that they are not being enforced. So pass a bill all you can. What are the existing laws? Nobody is enforcing it. And what makes me really sad is the fact that our law enforcement agencies appear to be completely impotent and unable to do anything about it. I mean, in Lekki, you heard that, the police came and the mob overpowered the police. And, I mean, that is just so sad. Anyway, up next is Elijah. Stay with us.
Hello there, and thanks for joining us for yet another edition of our program. It's been a very busy week, full of intrigues and maneuvers, especially in the political arena.
Expected, John. The stage is almost set with the actors putting on their best performances ever. The question on the lips of a lot of people, I inclusive, is whose interest really is the drama that we see around and the drama that we expect to unfold eventually. Now, will the audience give a standing ovation at the close of curtain, or will the theater be completely empty even before the drama ends, John?
I can see you're using your theater lingo there.
Play with me now.
Yes. Well, Helen, certainly you're in the spirit.
I am.
Okay, like they say. And the world indeed is a stage, and we are all actors. We either play lead roles, supporting roles, or we're in the audience, just watching. Yeah?
And we're either leaders or we are followers. So today on the show, we are ready to engage in yet another interesting and impactful conversation. And it's centered on leadership and age. Welcome to Today with John and Helen, live, your wholesome family show on Plus TV Africa. I'm Mama Helen Odele. Name hasn't changed. And I'm always grateful to God for the gift of life and for your attention.
It changed slightly today.
It didn't change.
The Yongma came before the Helen.
They are all my
They are the
same.
Well, our conversation is on leadership and age, like you heard, and it's all encompassing from the family, corporate world, politics, and what have you. We have a guest who has seen it all, like they say, talking about leadership. The twist, however, is in what age has got to do with leadership. I am John Senaya, or could we say Senaya John?
Senaya John, John Senaya.
And it's great knowing you're there. Welcome on board.
All right, so John, the answer to that question and many others will come, I believe, after the break, because our guest is already seated. and he's ready to go. This is Today with John and Helen once again, and we shall be back in a bit. Please, please, please don't go anywhere.
Yeah, thanks for staying there. Well, would I be correct to say that leadership knows neither age, race, nor gender? Well, leadership is simply the act of guiding a team, a country, people, or an individual to achieving set goals through purposeful direction and motivation. Would that be right, Helen?
Yeah. Well, the guest will tell us more. I see he's nodding his head. Young or old, some believe that leaders are born, while others say that they are made. But before all of that, John, anything impactful, anything remarkable, on your mind that we can share with our
on my mind,
friends out there this morning?
On my mind, I think during the week I read that a certain pastor, showed his heart of kindness to the family of the fallen hero. Yeah.
True. Some weeks ago, I mean, a lot of us were really thrown into mourning when we saw that young girl being beaten and burned alive in a secondary school environment in Kano. And we had so many questions, But someone just rose from in Nigeria and said, this girl should have been the light to this family. And now that light has been taken out. What can we do? And he offered the whole family circle. We are told that he's relocated all of them to Port Harcourt. He's giving them accommodation. He's giving the younger brother full scholarship abroad, And he's done so much for the father and the mother of the child.
Yeah.
That's a lot of relief.
We can only hope that we have many more Nigerians that will be able to do that.
Especially in a week where we're celebrating the younger ones. It was Children's Day yesterday.
It was Children's Day yesterday.
Yes. So the whole week, children were celebrated.
Yeah, it brought me a whole feeling of nostalgia. Remember in those days when we would, all file out and go to the race course here in Lagos, just for Children's Day. And it always was exciting for us.
I just keep, I hope that it's not just a celebration every 365 days. That really the plight of the children are taken into consideration and their lives are made better policy-wise and implementation-wise, right from the family up to, the highest level.
And it has to be across the country. Because
across
now we're beginning to see some states doing better in some areas than others. So there has to be, some. Well, anyway, let's wish our children a belated happy Children's
Day. It's still on.
Yeah.
I'm sure this weekend a lot of them are going out to have fun.
Course. Yes. So we say that age and leadership is the reason we're here today. And we're lucky to have with us Dr. Olukunle Iyonda, who comes with an impressive and rather intimidating profile in this field. Dr. Iyonda holds an MBA from Olabisi Onabanjo University, an MSc in corporate governance from Leeds Beckett University, and a PhD in information system management from Walden University, Minnesota in USA. And I refuse to be intimidated by all of this.
Our guest is a persuasive performance-driven and energetic leader with more than 20 years of comprehensive management positions and achievements across various industries. He's been in manufacturing, he's been in healthcare, he's been a management consultant and in higher educations. He is, at the moment, managing partner, Design Thinkers Group, West Africa, as well as founder, CEO, Broots Consulting.
Yes, Dr. Iyonda told us off camera when we asked him how come he got so many certificates, and he said it was out of nothing to do. Well, I wish I would have nothing to do to be able to get all of this. Dr. Iyonda, by the way, works also with organizations to help build capabilities, strategy development, innovation, change, leadership, and corporate culture. He is Senior Fellow, Nigeria Leadership Institute, Fellow, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Associate, Nigeria Institute of Taxation, member, American College of Healthcare Executives, member, Chartered Institute of Management UK, and so much more. Join us. Join us to welcome to the studio Dr. Olukunle Iyoda. You are finally, you've landed. Finally.
Oh boy.
You're welcome, sir.
And we had to, keep a lot of them out to land.
You're welcome.
All right. It's a privilege, sir.
Thank you so much.
To be able to share this space with you on this show today.
Yeah, I look forward to it, and it's a privilege to be with you guys this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So, age and leadership is the thrust of today's show. Can you give us an opening remark?
Well, very interesting. Maybe my opening remark, the way I want to put it, is to tell people, especially those who have been with a lot of agitations concerning, leadership and age, to say that age has nothing whatsoever to do with leadership. It's been proven over and over again. Okay, if you talk of wisdom, well, it has something to do with leadership.
Okay.
However, wisdom and leadership has nothing to do with age. So, and I believe that why are we even bothering ourselves with the issue of age when we're supposed to be looking at competence and success? Because over the years, or if you look at the history of human beings, you will discover that there are people that have led at a very young age. Why? Because they are able to show competence. They'll be able to see that there's a problem that needs to be solved for millions of people. So they are not waiting to be fed. I think that what led us to begin to think of maybe gender, maybe age, is an entitlement mentality. Wherein we just feel that we have to sit down and somebody has to give it to us because I'm a woman, somebody has to give it to me because I'm young, somebody has to give it to me because I'm an elder. All right. Not necessarily because of value we are able to create.
Okay, so Dr. Iyoda, you've answered all of our questions in your opening remarks.
No, yes.
But what we're going to do now is we're going to take them one after the other.
Yeah.
We're going to break each aspect down because we have all day, in quotes. We have all day. And really, this is a subject that we really must address because it's right there at the tip of our tongues. It's on the forefront.
Right in our faces.
Yes. Now, let's start. There are two sides to this leadership question, young and old. Is anyone too young or too old to be a leader? Let's break that down.
All right. If I want to, if we look at it on the surface, the answer would be no one is too young, no one is too old. However, that's just on the surface. Yes, somebody can be too young to be a leader. If you're an infant cannot lead, for instance. All right? Because I believe that a leader is someone who knows left from right. Anybody who can know the left from right, who can distinguish between good and evil, is qualified to be a leader. However, if you become too old and you become senile, can you still be a leader? So you can get too old, become senile, so your mental capacity is not there anymore, so you cannot lead.
Okay.
Or you become too young, you're an infant that you cannot distinguish between good and evil, between right and wrong, okay, then you cannot lead. So long as your mental state is okay, you can lead, regardless of gender, regardless of age.
Okay.
So he walked into the next question.
Okay.
He walked right into it. So I'll leave you to ask.
No, he walked right into it because he has said only when someone has become senile is unable to probably take that leadership initiative, and maybe when the strength is no longer there and all that. That's the only time that age, in terms of old, becomes an issue. So how did we get to where we are, where age has become such an important factor in our leadership? What has age really got to leadership quality? You have said really nothing. But how come we are at a point where we have agitations here and there, Sometime last year, the young people were all over the place, not too young to rule. And what's the point? What are the hindrances? Why this discussion on age and leadership?
You see, each time we talk about age and leisure and said, okay, somebody is too young or somebody is too old, we need to go back to history. Look at the founding fathers of Nigeria. At what age do they become whatever they have?
Leaders. Yeah.
You look at somebody like Gowon, who became at 29. All right?
Yeah.
What's the name? Muritala died at the age of 38. Jonathan was president of Babangida. Same go for even the president, the current president. Maybe the problem is you have youth who came into leadership and they decide to sit for so long. All right? So you have people who possibly got into leadership position at the age of 20-something or 30-something, and they have been there for the past 50 years.
They refuse to leave.
They refuse to leave.
Okay. But it's their constituency.
All right. So, and why do they refuse to leave? Because by us. I believe that the kind of leaders we get is the kind of leader that we ask for. I always say that you can't have a good leader in any society where you have, you want a good leader, but you need great followers. Okay. Because if you don't have great followers, you cannot have good leaders. All right. So if I want to sit there and I say, okay, I want to be a member of House of Representatives and I want to be there forever and ever. If I'm not serving the will of the people and the people know what the will is and their desire is, what are they going to do? They will kick me out. So if they don't kick me out and I continue to be there because you have compromised followership, then there's going to be a problem. How do followers get compromised? We see what is wrong, we decide to keep quiet about it. So long as you can give somebody 1,000, 2,000 to vote, to sell their conscience, that's a compromised leadership, isn't it? Followership rather. So long as followers see that, okay, this person is just a PS or a director in the ministry, his salary is possibly 200,000, but he's doing something of 200 million, and we decide to keep quiet, then something is wrong.
Yeah.
Today, I'll be glad to see that my brother or my sister became the president of this country. All right, so all the attacks have been, throwing to those who are there now, what happened? I keep quiet because now I'm a strong beneficiary. And I begin to ask myself that maybe the reason why sometimes the noise becomes so much is because we are not part of those who are sharing that cake. Which is quite unfortunate. If we are all driven by value, then it doesn't matter who is there. But the question is that the value has been completely eroded. I remember when we were growing up, if they say your father is a thief, you won't be able to go to school the next day.
Yeah.
If they say somebody in your family, in fact, when you want to marry, they will first of all examine, I hope there is no prisoners in the family. But today, you know what happened? When a leader is sent to prison and is released, we are going to get us able to go and welcome them.
Wow.
So, and that's why I'm saying that maybe we should pipe a little bit low about leadership and begin to talk about followership, because the leaders did not drop from heaven, they are from us, right? But you may not have had leaders who have been there for so long, and if the society decides to tolerate them, then do you blame them for it?
Yeah. Okay, John, before you come in with your next question, his answers just, tipped something in me now. Leaders, what are the qualities that are expected of them that probably we do not see? Now you're saying that the followership is even more important. What's the quality of a followership that will assist a leader to achieve?
All right. Very interesting question. Let's talk about followership again. Okay, Nigeria is some madness that somebody will use taxpayers' money, right, to buy buses and all of that, and he put his name there as the governor. Or you use the government, use taxpayers' money to do the road, right? You name it after yourself.
Yes.
And all of us as followers, we go there and we say, oh yeah, we clap for.
He did this.
He did this. You know what? Because we don't even know our rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're supposed to say, we are not supposed to clap for anybody because you have done the road.
Job.
Because it's your job.
Because that's the reason you're there.
We are not supposed to clap for you because you build a new hospital or you build a railway station. We don't supposed to. Number one, it's not your money you used to do it. It's our money that you used to do it. The only reason why we put you there is for you to do those things. So why should we clap for you because you have done it?
Because others didn't do it.
So it becomes like an exception. So good performance become an exception in our society, in which once you see a governor that decided to do a road, guess what? All of us, oh, he did a road for us.
Yes.
And the governor sings all about it.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. However, great followership means that you will say, Mr. Governor, we elected you to do this. You have not done it. We want to know the reason why it has not been done. Are we together on that?
Yes.
Because until the followers begin to know that the leaders are not the one in charge, and that leaders are supposed to lead from behind.
Wow. Yes.
Until you bring empathy into leadership. Empathy means that as a leader, I must understand my personal challenge in the context of a global challenge of the people.
Yes.
So I must be able to subdue my personal challenge into that of the people. People's challenge. All right. I must know what they feel. How many of our leaders can we really say that know what we are feeling?
Or care about what we're feeling?
Or care about what we are, or even understand it. It's an issue that we need to really discuss.
Yes, Doctor.
Yes,
Doctor. Yeah, you see, when I was preparing myself for this program, at least I tried to do that mentally. I promised myself that we will not make it look like we're talking about politics.
Yes.
Leadership is that.
But the topic is such that the first place your mind goes, given all that is happening, is politics.
But politics is everything.
I mean,
the corporate world is politics.
It's all about governance.
The family is
governance.
And I want to tell you because when you talk about leadership, why you cannot take away political leadership, because political leadership is the umbrella.
Yes.
So whether I talk about corporate leadership, whether I talk about community leadership, everything is still within that umbrella.
The rules are the same.
The rules are the same.
The rules are the same.
So, and what people see, the question, I'm a community leader in my place and I'm doing the little bit that I can do. But what I'm able to achieve may be dependent on what I'm permitted largely, to achieve. However, having said that, I'm also the opinion that when we look at leadership, can we begin to address it from various levels?
Yeah.
In my office as a corporate CEO, okay, what kind of leadership are we talking about? Now, when I talk about empathy, okay, I'm not talking about sympathy. I'm talking about leaders that understand the feelings of the people that they lead.
Yeah.
And you must understand that, for me, the definition of leadership is more of working with the people to ensure their success. So I'm there as the CEO to build the people. That's why I'm there.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I was talking to my human resource manager, and I was saying, we need to call this staff. I said, where we have given the person query, we have done this, I said, no, let's call them. Maybe there's psychological issue that this person is dealing with. And I said, let me tell you, workplace is to build people. I know that we want them to work so that the bottom line can be okay.
Yeah.
But it's first time, as a leader, we must recognize that we are there to build people. We are there to remove barriers that will not make them to succeed.
And you're dealing with human beings, not machines.
We talk about American dream. What is the meaning of American dream? American dream is create an environment where everybody that is in the US can thrive and prosper. And be happy.
Yeah.
Takes away all obstacles.
Yes.
And what we are looking at, let's look at it. Let's say politically, as a citizen, whatever will not make me to succeed is taken away. It could be system, it could be policy. Yeah. In my place of work, the same thing. Even in my family, I'm a father. You are a mother. We are supposed to give leadership. Yeah. All right? And that leadership means that what do I need to do to ensure that my children succeed? That is the first thing, okay? So if you are unable to take all those impediments that will enable them to succeed, then you are failed as a leader. And that is what it is also when we talk about either political or corporate or community leadership.
Now, let's take it down to brass tacks again. Let's go. I'm trying to not make it sound like we're attacking our politicians, So let's do a throwback to when I was in school. In those days, age was never a factor. In deciding who led the class, for instance. It was really a matter of intelligence, maybe ability, So what has changed? What do you think has changed?
What I think has changed is our value system has been completely eroded. In this country, you see a parent who will pay someone to write JAMB for their children.
Yeah.
So what are they telling them? In this country, you will see someone who wants his or her to get a position in the school and will go and pay for it. We have even seen situations whereby somebody will go to the principal of the school and say, I want my son to be this. And because at the PTA he has the biggest voice, the loudest voice, and is able to do one or two things, we get compromised. So, and when you have stuff like that, what kind of leaders are you going to have? I used to tell, some of my younger friends, I said, you will shout that you don't want your child to be on phone.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's to spending so much time on phone.
And you are there.
But you are there. And the only thing they are seeing is what you are doing.
Yes. You are the example.
You are, okay. So, how did we get it wrong? We got it wrong because at every levels, we are more of talkers than doers.
Okay.
So the only thing we are doing is just to talk and expect people to do differently. And most times we think that those laws that we made are not for us. We can do as we like, we are matured, and all of that is for other people. No. And that's why I'm saying that a leader must live from behind. What makes you to be a leader is you are wise. What is wisdom? You are knowledgeable. You are able to apply that knowledge to bring about social change, positive social change. That makes you to be a good leader.
Experience.
For us to say that you have wisdom, you have the mental capability, okay? You are able to see things from diverse perspective. That is wisdom.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So it's possible for you to have people who are very, very smart, who have gone to the best schools in this world, got the best education, yet they are not wise.
They are not wise.
And we have to ask ourselves, do we have knowledgeable leaders or do we have wise leaders?
So which one is? We'd rather go for.
You cannot become
both.
You can't become wise without being knowledgeable,
and vice versa. Okay.
And when you are wise, being wise means I'm able to see John and I say, John shouldn't be in this situation. John shouldn't be in this condition. Okay, that is wisdom.
But would a young potential leader
see that?
Be wise?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. It has nothing. Wisdom has nothing to do with age. It has to do with exposures. It has to do with your life experiences.
Yes.
And we have seen somebody who is 70 years old and behaving like
that is not wise.
All right. I mean, you remember that funny stuff that came out, funny story of that young boy that the mother wanted to build and say, Mommy, be coming down. Isn't that wisdom? To say, yes, I know that things are, but Mommy, I know I'm not nowhere, but just calm down.
And we'll get results when you're calmed.
That is what wisdom is all about. And if at that point in time, the mom decided to calm down. Don't you think that boy has successfully led the mother?
Through wisdom.
Through wisdom.
No, but what about age and competence?
Okay.
Age and competence.
Because you've not only talked about competence, you've talked about performance, you've talked about wisdom, you've talked about results, and all of that. So, is it about the young or the old for all of this to fall in place?
All right. So let's look at the major corporations you have in the world today.
Yeah.
Either Facebook, either Google, either Uber, either all these things.
Their age brackets.
What is their age bracket? Other pay stack that we have in Nigeria, Flutterwave, that we have in Nigeria, Andela that you have. Those guys, how do they start? They were all in their 20s. Some of them are even younger than 20s. And they're able to build multi-billion-dollar corporation that is multiple times bigger than Nigerian budget.
That's right.
And they were leading those organizations.
That's right.
In their thousands. So when you see sometimes one want to kill ourselves over, and you see that Google has over $200 billion in its current account. Nigeria total foreign reserve is still hovering between 30-something billion dollars. Do you get what we're trying to say? So in terms of impact, so leadership must be looking at in terms of competence and impact.
Yeah.
I mean, and the success. So competence is friend that, okay, he's knowledgeable, he has what it takes to do it, right? Okay, but he's also successful in doing that thing that he set out to do. So if you are not successful in doing it, then you have not really led. And it's when you have done something maybe over and over again that people will say, oh, wow, we want to be like this guy. Okay, they want to buy into that thing that you have done. We have to know that it's all about solving problems. And if you are able to solve the pain point of people, then you see that people will follow you. Look at this Pakistani, lady that was shot. How old was he when he was shot? And look at the one Nobel Prize award. Look at the numbers of followers that simply by saying, I want to stand for what is right.
Okay.
And that's leadership.
Wow. We are about to take a break. But before then, let me quickly throw this in. The perspectives and beliefs may possibly be the main drivers for the agitation for young leadership in the future or in the now. Wouldn't this be a selfish move?
Well, there's a study that actually confirmed that perspective has a lot to do with either old or young, all right? As a matter of fact, politically or in terms of how we govern ourselves in the community, there is that general perspective to believe that the older you are, the better you are able to manage. Even the younger generation. Because look at populations of Nigeria. Do you know that between the age of 19 to 34, we have about 40-something people, 40-something%.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, those who are older than 65 in Nigeria, guess their percentage, they are just 2.7% of Nigerian population. Just 2.7%. So when we talk about, okay, we have somebody who is 90-year-old in office and all of that. But if you feel that that person is not doing well, we have what it takes to have the person to leave.
Dr. Yoda,
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to just pause there.
Okay.
I mean, clearly, age and leadership has been our focus today. That's very obvious. And our guest has helped us to drive home the point.
Yeah.
Young or old, leadership is about inspiring others and achieving what they never thought they could do. We'll take a quick breather here. Doctor, you will still be here with us. So we'll ask our viewers, don't go anywhere. Okay. We'll be right back.
All right, this is Today with John and Helen, and we are still talking age and leadership. I wish we would shake this table a lot more, okay? So how does decisiveness, integrity, relationship building, problem solving, dependability, ability to teach and mentor, accountability, empathy, vision, resilience, humility, and a lot more, how do this play out in the leadership or in leadership? Now, where are we likely to get all of this? Is it in the younger ones or in the older ones? You have gone round and round and talked about it, but these things are just rolling in my head. And I am holding the aspect that you said that the followership are the most important. Okay, John?
I wish I made a list of all what you asked for. But I tried to box everything into leadership quality.
Yes.
Because all of what you said, really, I don't know. Doctor, do you agree with me? One thing I am sure about is that there's something missing. The word together. Together seems to be a word that's been missing in this conversation. And yet, it may well be the solution to our problem. How do we do this? This leadership thing. How do we do it together?
Collaboration between... Yeah.
Young and old, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, for that. I may have a different perspective because for me, it's still like us seeing leadership like a national cake that needs to be shared. So as a result, we are saying together, let's get the younger ones, let's get the older ones. But my own stand is, if the older ones are the ones who are performing, so be it. If the younger ones are the ones who can do it, kick them out and be in charge.
Then we
Okay,
can have a
because
mix.
what we are, but they're already mixed, aren't they?
Okay.
You don't go to any state and all of them are
They're
whole.
all old, yeah.
You don't go to any local government and everyone is whole. You don't.
Yes.
Even in government, some of the government agencies, you see people, executive director at their 30s, even less than 30s. So it's already mixed. We are already together. But it's a question of perceptions. And I'm saying that if somebody have anything good to offer, you know, I read, one of the leaders I follow a lot, I read virtually all his book, is Barack Obama. And I tried to see how Obama became the president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
It's not by being docile. It's not by being sitting there and say, you know what, I'm a minority, I'm a black guy. They're supposed to get the black guy as a president. I'm qualified to be that president.
It's not by just
so
mouthing
I'm waiting for somebody to come and call me.
Not by just mouthing it.
But he had it exactly. So he had a dream. I can be the president. Who say I cannot be?
Yeah.
And he laid out his strategy. He engaged with the people. He worked day and night.
And he married the right woman.
And married the right woman. They didn't give him the established, you know, political system didn't give him the opportunity. But guess what? And that's why I talk about followership.
Yes.
Guess what? Like tsunami, he came and there was a big disruptions. You know why that happened? Because you have informed followers.
Yes.
It wouldn't have happened if you don't have that. Okay, something very nice just happened in Adamawa, right? That you elected APC Guba, you know, was a woman now who was able to fight against some established, you know. That's what we are talking about. And we are going to see more and more of that. What is important is we need to educate each other.
Yes.
We need to define the kind of leadership that we want.
Yes.
And where we don't even know that, guess what? Somebody can stand up here in this little room and say, you know, I want to be the governor of Lagos State. And these are my strategy. But you see, if you start with fear, one of the things I've always seen is for people to think, oh, you know what, the established political system will not allow you.
Yes.
And the question I ask is that who allowed them when they got there?
Okay.
You want to be a CEO of an organization and you say, okay, they're not going to allow me. Who allowed those who got there? It's when you are able to show that you have what it takes. And I believe that politically, people are getting more informed in Nigeria now. People are getting more informed. We've seen that happen, you know. We don't want to go into politics, but we have seen it happen. We have seen disruptions, you know, in Nigerian political system, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it. But it will get to a point that, I mean, look at in the US, you can probably predict who is going to win what. Based on what? Critical factors of
pedigree,
healthcare, critical factor of employment,
The areas of
critical factors of inflation, those things that affect people directly. And once those things that affect them directly is taken out from them, you can be sure that that party is going to lose. But you know, in Nigeria, it's what Fela calls suffering and smiling, you know. Things are not going right. However, what is the place of religion in what we are doing? What is the place of ethnicity? What is the place of gender? Right? In which I'm going to say, okay, well, even though I know that Ellen is the most qualified, but Ellen is not from Lagos State, so we rather vote for John, even though we know John is not the one.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so you have to look at the issue of ethnicity. And we have to begin to drill it into our heads to say, let's leave ethnicity behind. Let's leave gender behind. Let's leave age behind. Age is just one of it. I can tell you that today, okay, we are shouting Muslim, Christian, okay, young people. So tomorrow, Helen again is the most qualified. She's female, right? But she's a Christian. And she's from the north. Okay? So, even though by definition of north, you are in the majority. But guess what happened? All of a sudden you become the minority.
Because you're female.
Because you are female. So at that point in time, those in the north are not going to be looking at it and say he's from the north. No, he's female, no. So let's go for John. John is from Lagos. But he's male. So, and that is why we always talk about the issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
DEI.
Inclusion.
Yeah, that's the way of the world now.
And if we are able to bring that into our polity,
Yeah.
I think we'll see a lot of change. People have talked about strong institutions, and I always ask myself, we talk about strong institutions. What is strong institution? Strong institution is not going to fall from heaven. Is it not people that are going to be there?
Yeah.
So what's strong? So the first thing we need to deal with before we can even begin to talk of quality leadership and all of
You
that,
have to put the structures in place.
put the structure there.
Yes.
We need to wash our brain. We need to get the right value. We need to be able to call a spade a spade. We need to know that what is important is whoever can make me to be more successful is the kind of leader that I want. But do we even know what success is as followers?
Oh.
Wow.
That's the issue. Do we know what success is?
Helen, if you don't stop doctor, you won't ask the next question.
Yeah, but we got the doctor here. We brought him here because we know that he's capable, of answering our questions. While I was getting ready for this yesterday, doctor, I ran into something that showed some advantages and disadvantages in having a leader who is young and who is old. In terms of the older one will sit there and probably not embrace change. I've been doing this for 101 years. Why do I have to change my strategy, for example? And the younger ones come with bright and new ideas because they are more aware of what's going on in the world. And I'd like you to speak on this.
One of the interesting studies done by University of Queensland in 2011, again, says that age does not make you wiser. So the fact that I've been doing it, and that's your point.
Does it make you more daring, more bold to be able to take?
Your experience, you can't buy experience.
Yeah, I'm coming. But when you talk about the experience also does not come by age. It comes by exposures. You will see younger people who possibly have gone through a whole lot that myself and you have not been through.
That's right.
Who have gone through, they have gone through a lot of issues of lives. They have gone to the university of life that has taught them a lot of lessons.
That's right. Yeah.
But maybe I'm from the privileged home, everything always worked for me and all of that. So what experience have I got? And that's why sometimes when people talk about experience, I say, is it experience of 50 years doing the same thing over and over again? Will you compare that experience with somebody of 10 years who have done several things within that span of 10 years? Okay, so I don't believe that the fact that you are elderly and does not mean you are mature.
Okay.
Age and maturity are not the same thing, even though they are supposed to be a relationship. In Yoruba, there is what they call agbaya. And what's the meaning of agbaya? To say that
you're old, but
you are old, but you are not wise. You are useless. You get what I'm trying to say? So you can be old actually, but you are not wise.
Okay.
So they will call you, he's agbaya now, because you can't even think.
Doctor, you know what our worry is? Yes. I'm talking as a representative of the youth now.
Yes.
What our worry is that we have structures. Let's imagine we have structures already. Are the youth trusted enough to keep these structures in the right place? Because they want to upturn the whole apple cart. They want to change everything. But there are structures that have to be kept. Will the youth, or are they trusted enough to keep these structures on?
I don't have any problem with that because I think they will even improve more on it. Because when you look at what some of these young people are doing, it's amazing in their little space.
No, they are changing everything now. They'll confuse us.
They are not changing everything, because don't forget that the world is changing.
Okay.
And some of us who are old, we are not changing with the time. We are not swimming, with the time.
Some of us are still
so we are still analog. So some of us just think that all is required. No, this is how we have been doing it, so let's stay there. But they are saying, no, this is what is happening, this is what is changing, so you have to change it with it.
Yeah.
One of the critical skills that is expected of a future leader or current leader is adaptability.
Okay.
How flexible are you? So if you say you are a leader, we want to look at it. Do you believe in collaborations? Do you believe in diverse perspective? Are you very flexible? You know, Albert Einstein said that we cannot solve the current problem with the same mentality that we used to create them.
Wow. Okay.
So, what that tells us is that, okay, yeah, this is a problem. We need a fresh perspective into our problems. And the Nigerian youth have that. Have you seen young Nigerians abroad? Have you seen how they are thriving?
Yeah, you're right.
Have you seen some of them even in parliament, House of Parliament in some countries?
Absolutely, yes.
So if they can achieve that, they can achieve it there. And you know what? The current legislations has given that opportunity to every youth to participate.
But they're leaving us out.
How?
How are they leaving you out?
Because they've already said that for you to be
fast enough.
They've already said
they've
already said that you can be a president at the age of 30. So what else do you want? They never said that, okay, for you to be a president in Nigeria, you must have a PhD and you must be 55 years old. So what is stopping you?
Maybe it's a
Those
lack
are
of
the basic.
understanding.
Yeah, I think.
You see, there is mutual suspicion, which we've talked about.
That is it. That is it.
Okay? In which the youth feel that, you know what, there's no point for us to contest against the established leadership because they will not even allow us.
Yeah.
You know the reason why they are saying that? When we say that, we are saying that we don't have something better to offer than what they are offering.
Okay.
That's what that means. If you say, oh no, they won't allow us. Because it's all about value creation. But if I, as a youth, says, you know what, I don't care whether it is XYZ who has been there for the past 50 years. I don't care. I have a better idea. And I go from one corner to the other and I'm, you know, selling my ideas.
Yeah.
And people say, oh, wow, that makes sense. I think this one is better than what we have.
Yes.
I will get there. So I think what I need to say is that our listeners should know that age has nothing to do with leadership. Age has nothing to do with wisdom. What you need is courage. And if you have that courage, you will continue. And let me tell you, I always say that for those of us who feel that we are better than the rest, and that's why we are not in politics, okay? Some people say, no, politics is dirty. So if you say politics is dirty, you don't want to be in it. What you are saying is that those people you are condemning will be the one that will continue to rule you.
Yeah.
So if you have good value, you know, system, you feel that you can solve the problems of this country, it could even be sewage. Okay, you know what? I'm going to Lagos State House of Assembly, I'm going to contest. And my interest is just how we can deal with the sewage situation in Lagos. And this is my formula.
You know what? What you just did, Doctor? You just answered what would have been my last question.
Oh, really?
I was going to ask you, okay, so who or what is going to harmonize this collaboration, get you know, this kind of collaboration in place for the old and the young to work together?
Because after this conversation, I have seen that leadership is not only about who is at the top. There's leadership at different levels, and you need to be equipped. But I'm asking, in this environment, maybe are there places where you can learn to be a leader, or a leaders born or made? But John's question,
but that
we use that to wrap.
Please, in 15 seconds.
Yes.
Because we have to wrap up.
So you've confused me now. Because you have taken
John's question.
What's John's question now?
Okay.
John's question is who or what? Yeah, who or what will be able to harmonize all of this? I mean, it's like, where do we look? Where do we look for proper guidance?
For you to be harmonized, again, I say that there has to be a proper awakening of the people. There are no two ways to it. There must be a proper awakening of the people to say, what kind of society do we want? We are talking about age. Okay, we have been clamoring now for women representations and all of that, either in politics or in the boardroom. Okay, let's talk about politics. Don't forget that a little bit, maybe about 51% of our populations are women. So how come women have not been elected?
Now,
who is stopping them?
In 5 seconds.
So in 5 seconds, for us to harmonize this, again, let there be that consciousness to say, this is the kind of people, this is the kind of leader that we want. This is the problem we want to solve. This is who can help us to solve that problem. And it doesn't matter
so
the age.
In totality,
it's all about people.
It's about the people.
It's the people. It's the people. It's the people that will
consciousness.
Exactly.
So Helen, consciously, let's wrap up this program.
Okay, consciously. I guess our job is done. As far as this topic is concerned, we generously would like to say thank you, sir, for your time. I have thoroughly enjoyed today. And I have a lot more questions to ask, but we will save that for another day.
Another time, yes.
Yes.
Well, I'll just end by asking Dr. Iyoda, please, can I be your friend?
Oh yeah, you are my friend already. I like you guys.
So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
All right, so this is how far we can go on this segment, but you know, there's more on the show. It's Today with John and Helen, and we'll just take a quick break at this end and allow the next segment to roll in.
Yeah.
What would that be, John?
The next segment. Should I keep it a secret?
Are we going to keep fitting?
We'll go fit.
Okay.
We'll do the fitness.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Hello everyone and welcome to another fitness section with us at Alpha Fitness Studios. My name is Dolly Phillips and this is Elvis Echo, and we're going to be taking you through a HIIT workout today. So today we're going to work for 20 seconds and rest for 10. Downwards. Release those hamstrings. 2, very good, nice and slow. 3, good job. 4 and 5, knees up. Let's go, touch those knees, wake those abs up. 1 and 2 and, very good, 3 and 4 and 5. Hip circles, we're rotating. 5 to the left, let's go, 5. Reverse direction, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Shake it out, shake it out. Are you ready for this workout, Elvis? We're ready. Okay, so I have my timer here. We're going to start the timer. The very first workout is your flutter kicks. So once you hear the whistle, we start. Once you hear the next whistle, you stop to rest. Are you ready? Let's go. If you can't kick this out like this, just kick out like this for me. Yes? We have levels. Come on, let's go. 2 and 1 and rest it. Okay, the next workout, high knees. So we're going to jog on the spot with our knees coming up high. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. If you can't, this is enough for me. Just make sure you continue moving. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Rest it. That was good, huh? Next one, squat, leg over. Take those legs as high as possible. Are you ready? Let's go. And 1. Wow, do you feel that one? Now we're going down to the floor. Hands down, send your legs back. Let's go, Elvis. Mountain climbers. Let's go, push it. If you can't do this, you can just stay in plank or stay in all fours and pick up your knees. And rest it. We're still on the floor. We're going to do a plank on the elbows. Okay, Elvis and I are going to turn to the side so you can see what we're doing. Elbows down and out. Don't collapse your back, no. Lift it up, tuck in your pelvis and breathe. We have 10 seconds left. Woo! You can feel this one, huh? Make sure your elbows are directly under your shoulders and keep your face looking forward. Don't look down, look forward. Helps to straighten out your back. How are we doing? We have 3 seconds left. 2 and 1. Good job. Stretch it out. And now we're going to go into a sprint. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Sprint. Come on, go, 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 go. impossible. Anyway, so let's stretch it out now. We've come to the end of this one. And out. Good job. In and out. In and out. One more. And out. Shoulder rolls back. Shoulder rolls. Good. 3 more. 2 and 1. Rotate forward. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's stretch those quads. Hold on to something if you need to. If you don't need to, find your balance. Stretch those quads. Quads are these muscles here in the front of your thighs. Very good. You need to work these muscles. As we get older, they're the first set of muscles to give way. So always make sure you work your muscle, your quads. All right? Good job. And down. Let's stretch our back. Slide down those thighs all the way down. Fingertips on the floor. Straight legs. Stretch out your lower lumbar region. Very good. Oh, this feels so good. It stretches the back of the legs as well, the hamstrings. Bend your knees and slowly roll up. Ah, yes. Deep breath in. Open those legs all the way down and up. All the way down one more time. And out. One more. And out. Awesome. Elbow, elbow, elbow. Thanks for joining us today. We hope to see you very soon. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. And this is the closing segment of the show. Today with John and Helen.
Yeah, so John, the business of public speaking, as they say, does age play any role in it? Are the younger ones better at it or the older ones?
Well, I would say that it doesn't really matter. It's what you have brought to the table that matters. The way you handle it, the way, your knowledge base, your presentation style and all of that. So it doesn't really matter because you have courses for courses. You have different speakers for different audiences, So no, age would not be a factor.
At all?
Yes.
All right.
So you want my nugget for today?
Go ahead.
And my nugget for today is quite an interesting one. It's a general nugget, that deals with how you present yourself, how you are, how you sound,
Okay.
And it is this. It is not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. It's not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. So we go up there, we believe that our looks or our knowledge base, wisdom, and all of that, communicates the message to the audience. That's not enough. You need to sound good. You need to be able to deliver in a clear, concise, and understandable manner for your message to be communicated to your audience. So let's take delivery for granted. Delivery is a very important aspect in public speaking. And like I always say, public speaking is not only when you go up on stage. Even in the boardroom, you're speaking to your public. Even at home, within the family, you're communicating with your family. So public speaking goes with you everywhere. So make sure that you don't just look good, you sound good as well. Otherwise, it's no good.
Okay. All right, so for you to look good and sound good and be the part, it means that you have to prepare.
Oh, you have to prepare,
you have
of
to
course.
get educated.
Of course, you have to prepare. You don't ride
you
a bicycle.
You have to get information.
You don't get to know how to ride a bicycle without, practicing.
True.
And then get your content in place.
Especially because we're dealing with the language that is not ours originally.
It doesn't even really matter. In whatever language, the content is there, right? The important thing now is for clarity and for being concise. Speak clearly and concisely. It doesn't matter to me if you sound like the Queen of England. I'd rather you even sound like a Hausa man, Yoruba, or Igbo man. You know, as long as when you communicate, you are understood and you are heard.
You carry your audience along.
You carry your audience along. So
Okido.
that will be it for this week.
Yes.
And I must say that it's been a thoroughly fulfilling session on today's program.
You can say that again. Yes. And I hope that you have found this show as interesting and as fulfilling as we have. It's our pleasure, it's our job, it's our duty that we do this, especially for the family and the society. And one thing I've taken away today is that us who are the public, the followers, the power is in our hands.
That's right.
And so at this point in time, the power is in our hands, all right, to make our nation a better place. And so I'm asking, have you gotten your PVC? Is it ready for you to take that decision and use that franchise? Do you have yours ready?
I think so.
You think so, John? I will
actually
kill
do,
you. I have mine.
I do.
All right, so let's meet again, same time, next week on the show today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. But don't forget that if you missed out on this outing today, we have an opportunity for you to watch again later tonight. 10:30 is the time, and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you, and have a lovely weekend.
Goodbye.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin. You have all come to know and love as Brother Direli, Shewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school You know, those kind of things that if you wake up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. You know, that kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Rude boy says so, bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads film, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You'll be like, you just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad is audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they wouldn't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
Impeachment threat against Buhari real, says National Assembly PDP caucus. And Ebonyi PDP battles self-inflicted crisis as 2023 polls becomes threatened. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anna Cohn. Expectedly, mixed reactions from Nigerians, especially senators and other stakeholders, have trailed the lawmakers' threat to impeach the president, even as senators are sharply divided over the matter. It could be recalled that some senators last Wednesday stormed out of plenary in protest against Senate President Ahmed Lawan's failure to make public their resolution from a closed-door meeting where they had resolved to issue a 6-week ultimatum, after which they will use the impeachment notice against the president over insecurity. Attempts to raise the motion to that effect on the Senate's floor by the minority leader, Senator Philip Aududa, was turned down by the Senate President Ahmed Lawan earlier, now which compelled some of these senators to stage a walkout. But the Deputy Senate President, Ovio Moagege, while faulting the impeachment option, stated that communication mechanism between the National Assembly and the presidency had not been fully explored and exhausted. Well, joining us to discuss this is Biodu Shomi. Thank you very much, Mr. Shomi, for joining us. Mr. Shomi, thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Let's take our minds back to what happened last week and the impeachment threat, apparently, from especially PDP members on the floor of the National Assembly, who are optimistic that other members of the National Assembly will be in support of this move. My first question, obviously, is, has there ever been this sort of move in the National Assembly in the history of Nigeria that was followed through to the latter for an impeachment process or protocol to even take, root? Has this ever happened? And why now? If it has never happened, why do we think it will even ever, be attempted?
Yes, we have had impeachment moves at state levels drawn to conclusion, unlike at national level. At the national level, we have only had one such impeachment move. That was when Obasanjo was in power in his first term, and some senators believed to be working for the vice president at that time, made moves to actually remove him or deprive him of his second ticket. But that was not followed through. Unlike the state's one, the first one in the state was the case of Balarabe Musa, who was removed, impeached as the governor of Kaduna State. Then you had Ladoja's case too. Ladoja was removed in Oyo State, and then Peter Obi also removed. So at the state level, we've had 3 impeachments, drawn to the conclusion following the procedures. At the federal level, we've had only one such move, but it never materialized.
Now, the Benue State governor had been lauded for, supporting the impeachment call by members of the National Assembly on Mr. President. In fact, young people had said that this might waken Mr. President from his slumber. And many would ask if Mr. President really is asleep, or are his hands tied in terms of this dealing with the issue of terrorism. Now, might I remind you that this is one of the things that Mr. President had campaigned on in 2015, promising that he was going to deal with insecurity. And looking at insecurity then and now, it was not at this level, even though many would argue that there were bombings in Abuja, there were students that were kidnapped, etc., etc. But here we are, and members of the National Assembly, be it the opposition, are saying, well, we want to make sure that Mr. President does something in 6 weeks, and if after 6 weeks expires, this is what we want to do. But do they have the numbers? This is another question.
Well, what is very clear is that those who are threatening the unity of this country today, creating so much insecurity of lives and property, threatening the capital city, threatening Buhari himself, are in bed with our Mr. President. They are in bed with him. There's no, what I mean is that Mr. President is guilty of complicity, mute indifference, or outright support for whatever is going on in the country. It is increasingly becoming difficult for anybody to think that there is no consent coming from Mr. President. Don't forget that even when the brigade of guards were attacked, Mr. President left this country to go and lecture, give a speech on security in Liberia, ignoring the fact that the speech and action should have taken place here. So it is increasingly becoming more difficult. We are beginning to believe, more and more people are beginning to believe, that a script is being acted to truncate the electoral process going on in our country.
Can I ask?
And this, in my view, will be fiercely resisted.
Can I ask, I mean, because what you just said seems to be, there's a lot of speculation I sense in that statement that you've made, that Mr. President might be complicit. He has somewhat, you know, not necessarily given off the body language that we expect a president to give off at a time like this. But could it be because the president himself has kept mute on these issues for so long, hence the speculation? Because I'm wondering to myself, why would a president, a man who waited for so long to be president of this country, why he would keep quiet and watch innocent Nigerians being kidnapped, being tortured, being killed, even men of the guard that he used to be part of, which are our soldiers, our very gallant soldiers, killed at will? I'm guessing, why would a president sit back and watch all of these things happen? Going back to the speculation that you made.
Yeah, well, one thing which is very clear is the agenda being pushed by the Buhari's administration. Nobody is oblivious of the fact that Mr. President went to Mali and told people, it was reported, that Nigeria is home for the Fulanis, that all Fulanis, you know, in West Africa are one. And so, therefore, they do not respect boundaries. We all knew how the borders were thrown open clearly, and not only that, we knew all the efforts being made to ensure that they occupy parts of Nigeria. That started from Ruga, you know, up till Katu Colony, up to the recent move in the National Assembly to create for the federal government to annex all the waters on the land in order to create settlement, including the banks, to create settlements.
I think that
Fulani's cattle, nobody can deny it. It's all coming together now. And people are beginning to wonder, you know, at times I wonder when people talk about the issue of Christianity or Muslim, Christian ticket. Is that the issue facing us currently, or the issue of security? This is a country where Mr. President is being threatened with kidnapping. The governor of Kaduna State is being threatened with kidnapping. And we've seen them into Abuja. Schools have been closed down, and people are talking about Muslim, as if this terrorist trying to destroy our country, who cares about anybody's religion? We have come to a state where the primary function of government, which is security of lives and property, is no longer being guaranteed. So within that context, one can understand the position of the National Assembly, who hitherto have been very, very compliant, been useful agents for the Buhari administration to now turn around and abandon their duty post, threatening impeachment, when in reality they are actually afraid of staying in Abuja for fear of being kidnapped. Because for Mr. President to be threatened with kidnap, and then the way they move into Kuje Correctional Center with impunity, you know, it's baffling. It is baffling. There is no other way to explain government complacency other than to describe it, or government inaction or poor action, as an attitude of passivity, of mute indifference, or sometimes of cold complicity. We have gone through this several times. We are told Tucano will do the job. We bought the Tucanos. Nothing has happened. We are moving from frying pan to fire. Buhari inherited insecurity in the Northeast. That insecurity spread to Northwest. From Northwest is coming to the center of power. At what stage will Nigerians be concerned what is being done to our country, and how our country is being led by Mr. President? Let
me go to the political aspect of this. I know that the NNPP presidential candidate, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, has spoken on this issue of impeachment. I'd like to quote him directly. He did say that he warned the National Assembly on this issue, and he said that, I'd like to quote him, I do not know the facts that they have, talking about the members of the National Assembly, but as their former colleague, I want them to tread softly, and they should not be in a hurry to rock the boat. What exactly did you think he meant? Because this has all kinds of political undertones, and they're subject to all kinds of interpretation. What would yours be?
Yes, in my own interpretation, Kwakwanzo is saying that there's an electoral process which certainly would lead to the termination of the lifespan of the Buhari regime. And therefore, there is no need to rock the boat by impeaching him now, which could create another crisis, political crisis in the country. That's basically what Kwakwanzo is referring to. It's referring to the electoral process. Apart from that, I don't even think they have the numbers currently to impeach Mr. President. As it stands today, I don't think they have the numbers. There are so many of the actors with their stooges in National Assembly who, in any case, will frustrate it. I cannot see people like Obi, like Atiku, like Tinubu, and others who are hoping to have an opportunity, to become the president of the country through the ballots, will now support a move that will create a political crisis in the country. I don't think they will be able to do that now. But what I foresee is that what could actually lead to real impeachment is when a state of emergency is created in the country, when Aso Rock is attacked in a way that the legislators will not reasonably sit in the National Assembly again, and there's a serious risk of security breakdown in the seat of Abuja, which is the seat of power, then that probably may end up leading to impeachment. But I don't think the current trend will lead to impeachment.
Does he have to get to that? Because, it's one thing to say, well, maybe because...
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
our kids. Parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Good morning and welcome to the run-up. I am Uchechukwu Onodo.
And my name is Nyamgul Agaji. We're glad to know that you're there and watching us today, and we hope that today will be both informative, educative, entertaining, and everything that you want to have in a program.
And today we're looking at the statement made by Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State, when he said that Nigeria would break if the current ruling party, the APC, wins the presidential elections come 2023.
We also will be talking to someone who is doing a very marvelous job in the hinterlands, in the slums, trying to get children to read by gathering a lot of books and opening libraries for children to read in Ajegunle, and hoping that someone watching today will also make it a point to do something positively to further the cause of education in Nigeria.
And moving on from there, we're going to be having, like we usually do, a surprise guest towards the end of the show, and we hope you have a great time having these amazing conversations with us.
We do also hope that we are going to have Mr. Okeo Sayantolu, who was this morning tackling the fire that erupted in Yaba, to get an update, but whether we get him or not, we're hoping that they have done a very wonderful job there this morning. But let's kickstart immediately with Honorable Kainde Bamgbeton, the former Commissioner for Information in Lagos State. Good morning and welcome to the program, Honorable.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay. APC, PDP, Labour Party, and so many other parties. But there seem to be a lot of problems within these major three parties. I'm talking about the APC and the PDP. Let's start with you, the APC. You are a chieftain in APC. What are the chances, seeing that we have so many problems within the party and the cry of some Nigerians that some of the things that you did not sit down well with them? What are the chances of APC from your perspective in the 2023 election?
I think thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this event. The most important thing that has happened is the launch of the manifesto of the APC. It responds to the yearnings of the average Nigerian. It has done a self-critique of what we have done in the last 7.5 years, and it has proposed new measures, new perspectives, new targets to ensure that the party continues to respond to the yearnings of the Nigerian people. So I think that is a major landmark in this campaign, the fact that we have been able to do our own self-criticism. We've seen where we seem not to have done very well, and we have seen where we have done extremely well. And we want to improve on this, and we are offering Nigerians a better and improved version and a more popular democratic option going forward. That is basically it. And that tells us that in terms of the mass of the people following us, we have already done our registration, and we know that we have large number of people across the length and breadth of this country ready to vote for our party. We, however, do not think that we should rest on our horse. We are every day trying to develop early warning systems, rejig our structures, engage, and as much as possible, convince Nigerians that we have an improved model, an improved mechanism, and a better delivery package than what they have witnessed before. And that basically is where we are now. So based on those factors, I have no doubt in my mind that we are going to win our elections come 2023.
Colleague is itching to also pitch in something, but let me just add this or have you clarify this. Before this manifesto was unveiled, as it were, your party, especially the presidential candidate of your party, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, had always said that it was going to continue with the legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari, which means whatever Buhari has done, he will make sure he continues and solidifies whatever the gains have been. Now, with the...
That is not correct. Your interpretation is not correct. When you say you are going to continue with the legacies, it means those ones that are admired by Nigerians. It does not mean old hook, line, and sinker acceptance. So I think we need to, when we take the words, let's also interpret them very well. It does not mean that it will be a old thing. It will take the legacy, the ones that are admired by Nigerians, the one that Nigerians can attest to as having worked will be taken. But the ones that have not worked will be improved upon. That's basically what it means. Thank you very much.
Can you identify some of these ones that will be jettisoned for the greater good of Nigeria?
Well, you see, when you say jettisoned, I use the word improve on them. For example, you will have seen, for example, what we talk about security. And we think that there has to be more work in terms of security. For example, in terms of mobilizing Nigerians behind our security forces, there is a lot of inadequate communication about what our security forces are doing, about the challenges they are facing on the field. And the point is, can we improve the weaponry, for example? Can we improve intelligence gathering, for example? Can we also collaborate with other nations that are having the same problem and increase our capacity for combat readiness? These are areas that we can improve upon. And that's why we say that areas that people are complaining about. The first is that we did the research across the country, getting what people think about some of our policies, and we have seen some of those things, and we are working on those areas that we think people are having issues. Take, for example, we are talking of agriculture. This government has done a lot about local rice, but we could do much more than that. Right now, we know that 35% of the land available in Nigeria is under cultivation. Now, we intend to move it to 75%. And to achieve that purpose, we are looking at the river basins to see how we can use river basins to irrigate more land and therefore bring them under cultivation. We are looking at generating commodity boards to ensure that the farmers have better deal for whatever they are producing. We are looking at establishing more farmers cooperatives and providing them credit, and also providing more mechanized machines and the implements that they can use on the farms. So what has gone, we have to improve on it. In terms of security of the farmers, the Buhari government, for example, introduced what we call the Rangers program under the NSCDC, where Rangers move to the farms and try and stand by the farmers and secure them. Now, we want to expand that, by developing also a civilian version of it, so that the farmers can feel at home, can feel secure when they're going to the farms. These are areas of improvement. And of course, we have looked at the exchange rate. We have understood that this exchange rate that we're talking about, is partly due to the monetarist perspective, the dominance of monetarist tools in managing the economy. We are saying that we want to shift the focus from monetary to fiscal options. In other words, we are trying to say that as much as possible, exchange rates will depend on the productive capacity of the economy. And therefore, our challenge is to see how fast can we encourage more production. If there's more production, how can we encourage more exports so that the naira can be strengthened? We are looking at debt obligation. Debt issue is also one of the issues we're having. We are saying, how do we now generate the kind of revenue to be able to pay back our debt as fast as possible? And that's why you are going to have a lot of taxes being lowered, but being spread so that more people can pay. Some of those things. So we are not just coming with an old thing. We are not just repeating what has been done, but we are looking at those areas where people are complaining, where the shoe is pinching their Nigeria, and trying to see how best can we, within a short period, respond to their yearnings. So that's really is the way forward for us.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this question. The APC primary elections in Rivers State has just been nullified. Can you give us an insight on why you think this happened and how do you react to this situation?
There is never a perfect election. When you have an election, things go wrong. There will be one or two imperfections, and therefore, until a litigant goes to court to raise issues about the process of an election, you may not know exactly where things went wrong. So I'm just saying basically that whatever may be the outcome of the litigation, I'm quite sure this is also not the end of it, because there will be appeals. And until it gets to the final supreme authority, we may not exactly know the state of the matter. So I would want to caution myself that this is rather too early to begin to comment, because there are stages in this that this matter will go, and until the final judgment is taken, you cannot really be able to know whether you are saying the right or not. And not being a lawyer, I have to also be very careful, even though I'm a political consultant and scientist, but I know that when you start at the primary level, there will be an appeal, and then until we find the final judgment, that's when we know whether this has really been annulled or it can still stand.
Some people have said your party has some kind of arrogance. You do the things that you like to do, whether it has public opinion or not. And that is the complaint, one of the complaints that the Rivers people, the person who took the APC Rivers State to court brought, that the people that were supposed to be on the delegate list were not put on the delegate list, that some other people were put. So it was wrought with irregularities, and the people that were thrown up as the candidates were not supposed to, because they were not elected by the bona fide delegates. How do you respond to the perception people have that APC is arrogant in the way they do their things, in their selection, in their utterances and all that?
Well, that's rather a wrong impression, and it's rather unfortunate that some people can have that opinion. It is basically important that a governing party that has control of the presidency and more of the governors cannot afford to be arrogant to the people. It's holding whatever it's holding as power in trust for the people. And that basically means that if you start with our president, you can see what we preach and what we do is humility, and recognizing that ultimately power belongs to the people. So there's no reason any sensible, serious politician or representative of the people can afford to be arrogant, because sooner than later you will have to call back to these people and seek their mandate. Now, having said that, the process of election of delegates is quite very, very clear, and it basically starts with the fact that every ward has a certain number of people that you should elect as delegates, 5 per ward. That is the prescription of the party. And for you to qualify to do it, you must have spent some time within the party. You must have taken the forms, paid for the forms. Now, in this process, talk of management of a particular process. Along the way in the process, there must have been one hiccup or the other that has led to this. But I also said this is a complaint that the lower court has had two parties and they have taken a decision, but the party that feels it has not gotten the enough justice, it also has the legitimate right to go to the next level and plead its cause. And that's why we say that it may be too early, too hasty to be judgmental about this matter. What I know is that if really people who are not supposed to be delegates became delegates, then you have to ask yourself, I mean, why, how did that happen? I mean, how did that happen? But it's not a matter of arrogance. In politics too, there is a lot of competition. Groups and their tendencies who are always competing for advantage within the process. And in that process, influence could be part of it. So I don't want to prejudge this matter. All I want to say is that a party is an organization of human beings. Human beings compete for power. And in that process, people can take advantage, and certain processes can actually be abused. But until we get the final position of this matter, I would not want to also rush to the press.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes,
very recently, Governor Obaseki of Edo State has come out to say that in a statement, he said that the country, Nigeria, would break if the APC wins the forthcoming presidential elections. I'm not asking you to react directly to that, but then why would someone make a statement like that? Do you think that your party probably somehow has given off the notion or the body language that your party is not in for the unity of the country? What do you say about that?
Is that Governor Obaseki is one of is probably one of our very, very, very worst governors. He has not done very well. You are aware that he just recently went to a water facility and wanted a place where he had been for over 6-7 years. He just visited the water corporation and wanted to now sack everybody, complaining about the way the place has been run down. That shows basically that he's not on top of his job. Now, if a person who within his own state is not on top of his job, I think he will be taking much more than he can chew if he attempts to go into the national platform and begin to ventilate what basically is a very wrong-headed idea. The fact of the matter is that knowing the pedigree of the president who served in Nigeria, who was in the Civil War, who fought to make Nigeria one, you will expect that one major thing that you cannot take from President Buhari is that he's committed to the Nigerian Federation and he is ready to defend it to the last pint of his blood. Now, if there are issues of crisis, insecurity in the country, which the government is doing everything possible to stop, to combat, I will expect a very responsible governor who attends the Council of State meeting and who has intelligence with him to be much more responsible and patriotic in the statements. These are not the kind of time for you to make very divisive comments. Where you can play politics, you can campaign, but campaign on what you promised Nigerians to do. Your party, the PDP, which you used to be in our party, and then he ran into another party. That, of course, shows that there was no principled basis in the first place for him to have been in the party. But if you even want to campaign, that was campaign based on what we promised Nigerians, how Nigerians will look better, how the country will improve, how the exchange rate will come down, how the inflation rate will go down. Those are the basis on which we should be engaging each other. Not on such trite, such backward ideas as a party coming back and that mean that that Nigerians will be divided. Is he the only Nigerian who will vote? This is an election, and people are going to vote. He should allow Nigerians to vote. He himself, he will face this very soon. So Nigerians are the ones who have the votes to determine the fate of everybody. And making irresponsible statements, about the future of Nigeria is rather on becoming of a governor. And I think basically it's something that you should have. It should feel it should be honorable enough to withdraw that statement because it is clearly very, very irresponsible.
revisit the achievements of this present administration, and some of which you are going to build upon if you become the party at the center again in 2023. The present administration came on the heels of security, corruption, fighting of these ones. That will bring the economy to a level that $1 will be $1. And right now, $1 or $1 is almost like 1,000 naira.
Yes.
So the way to solving a problem is by identifying what the root cause of that problem is. What have you identified, your party that is trying to give us a new lease of life according to how you're saying, what have you identified as the reason for the failure, or at least the perceived failure, because you may not agree with me that security, economy, and all the corruption and everything, it really didn't rear the head that we hoped, or it didn't really get the kind of fight that we hoped this administration was going to give it. So what are the problems that led to the perceived failure of the present administration in fighting these three areas that you intend to address, that makes you have the confidence that the incoming administration, if you win, will be better than this one?
Now, let us understand very clearly that a nation has a history, and the economy also has a history. And let us understand that at the time the APC government came into being, there has been another party, the People's Democratic Party, which has been in government for 16 years. Let us also understand that it was a consensus. In fact, the basis on which that government lost power was a general agreement that it has wasted resources and set the nation back many, many decades. Now, the human's job of transforming deficits to plus within a shorter period is a major challenging issue, and we have to recognize that for many months, many of the structures put in place by the PDP had to be undermined, had to be combated, had to be transformed. And one of the single purpose initiatives in that respect was the TSA. The TSA was meant to ensure that a lot of agencies and ministries and departments who are holding on to government resources, were forced to remit them back when they were not used, so that there could be a central accounting system for most of government operations. And by the TSA alone, millions of naira were saved because of many ministries having over 20, 30 accounts in various banks, bank charges, and all sorts. And of course, it also meant that the corruption environment was shrunk, was reduced to the barest minimum. People didn't have the kind of leeway that they had under the PDP to go out there and concoct and engage in various dubious transactions, which took away a lot of government money. So the TSA remains a major factor, and we have to look at it very well as a major achievement of the government. And another area where you have to look at, for example, is that the government turned its attention to agriculture. The government said, let us produce what we eat. And the government took that seriously to the extent of having to shut down the borders of the country to limit the importation of rice so that the local growers of rice, could work. And we saw the evidence at the end of the day, the return of the rice pyramids. In Kano, in Katsina, and Kebbi in particular, we were able to achieve increased production of local rice. And not just local rice alone, also went to cassava, also went to other products. Now, that meant that we have been able to at least, work our talk of saying that Nigerians should produce what they eat. And interestingly, one of the people working against this is one of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, who is an importer of baked beans. And also that means that what is importing is killing the beans farmers who are not able to get the right prices for their products because of this massive, reckless importation of food items into the country. which continuously suppress the living standards of our people and our farmers.
We need to just...
So agriculture is one area, therefore, where we can proudly say that we have done very, very well. And what we are going to do is to make sure that as we fight insecurity and reclaim more farmers, more farms from the insurgents, more farmers return to their farms, and the production of food will become another issue. And of course, going forward in this area, we have already said that the Bank of Agriculture, which is a major credit agency for funding agric, will resume its operations. Right now, what is happening is that you are turning monetarism into fiscal areas where the central bank is the one producing money. When in fact the Bank of Agriculture is laying prostrate. So we intend to ensure that the Bank of Agriculture takes back its place as a major funder and credit agency for promoting and producing better foods for the country. And not just that, we have also said that we intend to increase cultivation of land under cultivation from 35% that it is today to 75%. And our strategy for doing that is to start with the river basins, to use irrigation to reclaim more lands to come under cultivation and target crops that have very strong yields so that Nigerians will have no reason to continue to import food items into this country. We have discussed that. We have said that the farmers need a better deal. And in better deal, we say that we're going to bring back the commodity boards of old.
We're trying to have a conversation. And if you're not going to listen to us so that we can have a conversation.
Honorable, this is
Well, you asked me, we just did a manifesto, and it's a very, very 80-page document.
But you need to also let us have
other things.
I get to tell Nigerians what we have in stock for them. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few things. When you say some things, we would like to just, lest we forget, ask some questions that are pertinent to what you have said. But because for lack of time, let's just see this. The common man on the street doesn't really know what TSA has done to Nigeria. All he knows is that the debt profile of Nigeria is getting to $60 trillion. All he knows is that the dollar is higher. All he knows is that a bag of rice that was 16,000 is now up to nearly 40,000. And when you talk about you improving agriculture, you improving the economy, you bring in some innovations that have helped to save the naira, everybody will just be wondering what that is. But maybe since we are still studying the manifesto together, that would be matter for another day. We have just discovered that a lot of issues have been raised, and we might need to call you back another day to come and say some things. So for now, we'd like to just thank you for being a part of our show today.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, I really wished that he would have had a conversation. He would have, so that we can ask other questions and then make it clearer to Nigerians, answer the questions that are burning on the on a regular Nigerian's mind. Because when you begin to use terms like the TSA and they don't understand it. You understand? I probably would know what a TSA means because I had to do research over and over on certain issues because of the programs and the kind of work that I do. How about the person that is selling foodstuff in Yaba Market? Does the person understand what TSA is?
Now, even if I know the meaning of it, and even as a learned person, if it doesn't translate to making my life better.
And food on my table.
Food on my table, will I even really care? All those are terms. You tell me big terms and it doesn't translate into a better livelihood for me. How would I even see that you're doing something for me? I will say, take us back to Egypt where we will eat our cucumbers.
I hope he's able to answer the questions in a better, a more relatable manner the next time we'll have him. But it was amazing talking to him otherwise. It is still the run-up and we're going on a quick break. When we return, the run-up will continue and we're going to be having even more interesting conversations. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 0005719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Our second guest, a lot of times we complain about the level of education
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Okay, we're glad to know you're still there and watching us. It's a run up, and we're joined by our second guest. Her name is Grace, and she's graciously doing something really lofty in the slums, in areas where the children are less privileged, in areas where children don't have access to books and they don't have people to encourage them to read. She has been doing a lot, gathering books, opening libraries, and encouraging children to read. It's our pleasure this morning to welcome you, Grace, to our program, The Run-Up. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, I was just trying to ramble up, just talking randomly and trying to describe the kind of work that you do. But give us an insight to what you do and what motivated you to do what you do.
Okay, so I work as the director of Transforming Lives and Communities Initiative, which is an NGO focused on bridging education inequality gap, because I believe every child deserves equal access to quality education. So if you look at communities like Ajegunle, the low-income communities, you just realize that there are a lot of deprivations, and which in turn affect every one of us, whether the rich, the poor, the middle class. So I said, you know what, we have to begin to create institutions, we have to begin to create programs that would bridge this inequality gap. So every child, irrespective of where they are, can have equal access to quality education.
And how long have you been doing this, Grace?
Okay, so based on research, when we started out, we were trying out different stuff to see how an underserved community can be transformed. So we started out 2014, 2015, but we took flight in 2018 when we realized that, okay, we need to nip it on education and good governance. So these are the strategies that we use to drive the change that we are hoping for. So we've been doing it for almost, technically from 2018 to date, that's about 4 years.
How would you describe your level of success so far?
Yeah, I think it's very encouraging. Very encouraging. If it wasn't encouraging, I'm not sure we would have been continuing. One of the key things that we use as our performance indicator is civic engagement. We want to see how more people can become patriotic, love their community, see what they can do for their community. So the increase in our volunteer strength as an organization is very amazing. Seeing young people, seeing secondary school students coming around to the library saying, I want to volunteer, I want to give back, I want to do my bit. I mean, that is so beautiful. That's like a big success for us. And then we also have what we call behavioral improvement evaluation, which is one of the strategies, one of the performance indicators that we use to assess how well we have done. We've seen children at the library, shape up in their behavior, be more kind, be more compassionate, be more collaborative. That's another milestone for us. And then we also have the performance improvement evaluation. Of course, when you have a library, you want to ensure that these libraries are directly impacting on the academic performance of these children. And it's been great. We've seen kids who move from maybe like 8th position to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, by virtue of the fact that they visit our library.
Okay, what would you say has been the challenge, the major challenges that you've faced? I mean, what you run is like an NGO, and you probably fund these things by yourself. What are the challenges you would say you've faced over the years, and what's the biggest of them all?
Okay, so the first was skill set. You know, the people, finding people who are passionate about what you want to do. It's not easy to run a big vision by yourself. So you need quite a lot of people. So at that, initially, people didn't even understand what volunteering was. They said, come and volunteer, come and work with us, community service. They're like, what's in it for me? What's in it for me? So when we continued anyway, and then we began to make it interesting, we began to make our volunteering opportunities interesting for people to come on board. And we have seen that aspect, that challenge taken care of. Also, we had funding issue initially because I was doing more with my funds. Of course, I still was consistent because I strongly believe in what I'm doing. Even the team also believes in what we're doing. So we were consistent, and little by little by little, we're getting more buy-ins from individuals, getting more buy-ins from private organizations, friends, even from out of the country who follow our works online. So these are challenges. The major for us right now is funding to do more, you know, but I think we've overcome, and we're still overcoming the volunteering, the people challenge, which it's something that we have seen progress on.
But you're doing something on the one hand, and the government is also trying to do something on the other hand. What are you doing? How is your collaboration? How would you describe your collaboration with the government and with the private enterprises? And then from which area do you think you can have more of the funding that you're talking about here?
Okay, so we never leave out attending stakeholders forum in the local government, because everything we do is premised on the fact that if every local government is actively functioning, Nigeria's development is going to be a lot faster. So people need to get involved at community level, your local government level. So we never leave out attending any of the maybe stakeholders forum, budget preparation forums in the local government. That's where we talk to them about what we are doing, why they need to make investment plans, why they need to make investment projects, or maybe for the girls in the community, for the teachers, for schools. So, and we've seen them collaborate. Initially, it was a struggle. Maybe they didn't believe in what we were doing, but right now we're getting some support from them. Like we told them the last time that it could be more, you know. So, and then for private organizations, yeah, we work with them. We talk to some of them. Of course, some people, I think they see CSR as a form of brand awareness. So if you're not in the high-profile communities, if you're not doing stuff that would gain national attention, you know, they might not want to come on board, which is very, very sad. You know, but because I feel CSR is not supposed to be like a brand awareness platform for you as an organization. My apologies to organizations that own the right to do whatever they want to do with their money, but that part is a little bit of a struggle for us, although we're getting better over time. Initially, we didn't really get buy-ins, but now people are seeing the impact. They're seeing the numbers of persons that we are impacting. They're seeing the number of persons that are benefiting from our programs, benefiting from the project, so we're getting more buy-ins. So we don't leave out the government in anything we do. I mean, if we all synergize, complement each other, I know we're going to have greater impact. So the government, yes, they support, not as much as we expect, but then it's getting better. From where we were, when they didn't even give us a dime, they never came around. But now we've had them come around, we have them invite us for the stakeholders forums because they know we want to make inputs, they know we have the intention of the community at heart. So I think we're not doing anything in isolation. We're working in collaboration with all of the stakeholders, the government, the private organizations. But I think my big concern is with the private organizations and how they think CSRs should be about brand awareness for them. So they should look in the direction of, you know, those communities, those rural communities, those marginalized communities that are not even seen, NGOs that are not even heard of, and they're doing something great. I think it's very important for them to look in that direction if we really want the development of our nation.
All right, let me ask you this, because we're rounding off already. What would you say is the bigger picture for you? I mean, you're doing something very graceful. Out of your own volition, you came out to organize these people, and you all together are doing something amazing for these children in these areas. What is the bigger picture that you see when you think about it, and what should we be expecting in the future?
Okay, so for our children, we're on a mission to ensure that they have equal access to quality education, quality learning opportunities, so that they do not fall in the path of crime, poverty, and teenage pregnancy, which is very common amongst low-income communities like our community. So for us, we want to establish a learning center, which is what we call the Community Library and Discovery Center, where these children can have access to what they ordinarily cannot afford in their low-cost schools. So that we bridge that inequality gap. We close that gap between what the children of the poor learn, what and how the children of the poor learn, from what and how the children of the rich learn. So we're going to close that gap. Now, we cannot go to every individual school to establish the quality learning center that we are looking for. It would take forever for us to achieve that. But then if we have community centers like this that we have in mind, this big picture, in every local government, especially local governments of low-income communities, then I think we will be giving every child equal opportunity. We will be improving the quality of education, which will in turn improve the quality of people our communities and nation have. So we're looking at having that big center where, whether it is science, technology, art, math, different learning experiences that would harness the potential of every child in Nigeria.
Okay, Grace would like to thank you so much, and we're hoping that this thing you're doing in Ajegunle, because Lagos is not just Ajegunle, will be replicated in all the local governments of Lagos State and beyond Lagos State. Since your vision is for all of Nigeria, we pray that you have the wherewithal to do what you have planned to do. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, that was Grace Nkwocha, who is doing something really amazing.
Yeah,
sometimes we sit back and complain that education in Nigeria is going down when we as individuals can actually do something.
Everybody might not have the opportunity or everything it takes to have a big organization like Grace does, but when you see a person like Grace, you could volunteer and help her out. It could be money that you have for buying the books, it could be books that you have that you're not using, you could donate them. Everybody has a role to play.
Like they say in St. Patrick's Mission, some go to the mission by going, or some give to the mission by going, and some go to the mission by giving. So you can either volunteer to become the priest, or you pay for a priest to be educated. So that's what everybody can do. You either give your time or your resources and all that. Anyway, we'll take a short break now and return with the news. And when we are done with the news, we'll take our final guest that we are hoping you're just guessing, and we'll get to meet at that time. Stay with us.
Stay with us.
Hepatitis is a major global health issue affecting millions of people around the world. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, hepatitis affects more than 354 million people worldwide.
Hepatitis means inflammation of the liver. Inflammation means when the liver has suffered an injury or has been exposed to some toxic agent, then it results in injury of the liver. And it can be caused by infectious or non-infectious agents. So when I say infectious agent, it can be caused by hepatitis viruses, like hepatitis A, hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C, hepatitis E, hepatitis D viruses. So those are the infectious causes. Then talking about the infectious agents, you may want to ask, how are we exposed to these infectious agents? Some of them, it is through ingestion of certain foods or water. For example, hepatitis A virus is contacted through foods that are infected by feces of infected people who carry the virus. So when the food you eat is contaminated or the water you drink is contaminated by hepatitis A or E, then one can be infected with that.
The theme for this year's World Hepatitis Day is Hepatitis Can't Wait. This theme asserts that people should not wait to act on a disease as deadly as hepatitis, and conveying the urgency of efforts needed to eliminate the disease. According to the World Health Organization, dying of viral hepatitis in Africa is a bigger threat than dying of AIDS, malaria, or tuberculosis.
Talking about symptoms of hepatitis, well, it also depends on the cause, because some people are just carriers, they may not exhibit symptoms, especially people who have had infection, for example, the ones that cause long-term infections, we say chronic infections like hepatitis B and C. So some people may not exhibit anything, they may live like other people, or maybe just experience subtle symptoms like maybe body pain once in a while, muscle pain, joint pains, just subtle, something you can attribute to another illness. And if it's an acute infection, meaning that it happened, just started suddenly, for example, hepatitis A, even B can come acutely when the person will just be very ill. So for such a person, they can come with jaundice, that's the yellowness of the eyes. Some can present with non-specific symptoms like body weakness, joint pains, flu-like illnesses. Some can even come with poor appetite, vomiting. Some can be very ill when they have acute illness.
The World Hepatitis Day calls for global attention on the strengths of the virus, their mode of transmission, how to prevent it, and the treatments available.
Treatment also depends on the cause. So, for example, some of them are self-limiting. What I mean is that because they are caused by viruses like hepatitis A and E, the body may fight it. So we can treat with just, say, supportive treatment. So for those who are dehydrated, who are vomiting, we try to stop the vomiting. But the first thing is, you feel sick, you go to the hospital, where a doctor attends to you, take your history, examines you, run some investigations, then the treatment. Some of them, you can give antiviral agents, that's in the hospital. Some of them, if, for example, I've mentioned that hepatitis can be caused by non-infectious agents like exposure to some toxins. So if someone consumes alcohol, you may need to limit alcohol use. If someone has an unhealthy lifestyle, for example, taking too much of alcohol, engaging in unprotected intercourse, you try and educate them. Those who require to be on maybe some drugs to suppress their immunity, autoimmune hepatitis, we do that.
Nigeria is among the African nations that signed to a global health strategy sector target set by the World Health Organization in 2016 to eliminate viral hepatitis as a major public health threat by 2030. This strategy has been adopted and endorsed by 194 countries. The aim is to reduce new hepatitis infections by 90% and death by 65% between 2016 and 2030.
Good afternoon. I am Uche Chukwu Onodu. This is the news update. The fire raging at a section of the West African Examinations Council WAEC headquarters multi-story building has now been put out. Investigations reveal that the fire started on the third floor of the 12-story building due to a power surge. A total of 7 female staff of the corporation were trapped on the 5th and 7th floors and were safely evacuated due to the swift response of the combined efforts of the Lagos State Fire Service team alongside other agencies on the ground. A recovery operation is currently going on. And the Nigerian government has lost its bid to transfer the suit of the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, from Umuahia to Abuja, as the Federal High Court in Umuahia, Abia State, insisted that it has the jurisdiction to hear and determine the suit. This was disclosed by Kanu's special counsel, Aloy Ejimako, in a tweet stressing that the matter was still ongoing. The special counsel was challenging Kanu's abduction and extraordinary rendition from Kenya, even as he is, among other things, praying the court to order his return to Kenya, where he was abducted, or the UK, his country of abode. Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State has accused the People's Democratic Party's PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar of waging a personal vendetta against him because he demanded an apology for wrongly accusing him of profiling the Fulani in Benue State. Otom, who spoke at the state's government house in Makurdi, further accused Atiku of shunning him in the appointment of his campaign team and vowed never to stop to keep quiet over the killings and displacement of people of the state by herders. The Osun State Governor Adeboyega Oyetola has vowed that he will reclaim his electoral mandate at the Election Petition Tribunal and also reiterated his confidence in the country's electoral process. Oyetola made this known while addressing Osun All Progressives Congress members during the mass walk organized by for the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his running mate Kashim Shettima in Oshobo. The Osun governor, who personally led the members in the walk, told the party members that the APC remained the party to beat in Osun and Nigeria, and also disclosed that the party's presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu remained the candidate to beat in the February 2023 presidential election. And the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has said that the ruling All Progressives Congress has nothing to show to Nigerians. PDP Youth Campaign Director in Jigawa, Malam Umar Danjani, stated this while replying to the APC Youth Wing, stressing that the PDP is the only party in Nigeria that has executed more developmental projects that Nigerians are still proud of. According to him, APC administration has nothing to show to Nigerians apart from poverty, insecurity, and bad leadership. And the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate in Delta, Ovie Omoagege, has accused Ifeanyi Okowa of betraying the South in the build-up to the presidential primaries of political parties. Governors of the southern states had said the next president of the country should come from the region. Speaking at the event on Monday, Omoagege said Delta residents should work against Okowa, who is currently vice presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party. Meanwhile, Elder Godse Orubebe has called for peace and unity of all APC members across the state as they prepare for general elections in the state.
Okowa's ambition for third term, we are going to terminate it. We are going to terminate Okowa's ambition to become vice president. And we are going to be justified in doing that. We don't want traitors. A man who has decided to betray the entire southern Nigeria, not only Delta State, the entire southern Nigeria. In fact, this betrayal even happened faster than that of Judas Iscariot. He committed suicide. He should atone for the crime he has committed against the people of southern Nigeria, against the people of the South, against the people of the Southwest, the people of the Southeast. by stepping down from that ticket. And if he does not step down from the ticket, we should treat him like a traitor.
And work together. Let's talk to one another. Let's beg one another. Let us cooperate. That is the number one thing. Every Delta wants a change. So we must be ready to open our heart to receive anybody that comes. There is enough space for everybody. If we are committed, everybody here will win their unit because the ground is better. The resistance will not be that much. It's to cooperate with the campaign organization. The campaign organization does not know everything. We are ready to learn from everybody.
Two red buses collided in the early hours of today in the Ketu area of Lagos State, causing a traffic jam. In the video that circulated on social media, one of the red buses rammed into a billboard while the other one hit it behind, and another commercial bus followed suit, causing heavy gridlock in the vicinity. However, commuters have converged at the scene to see to the free flow of vehicles, and a state ambulance van has been deployed to rescue the casualties. As of the time of filing this report, there is no official figure of the casualties involved in the accident, and we will bring you more details as this story unfolds. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, the Western Zone, has attributed the increase in the pump price of premium motor spirit to the hike in private depot prices. Chairman of the zone, Dele Tajuddin, announced this in an interview with the newsmen on Tuesday in Lagos. While condemning the increase, Tajuddin said that there had been an increase in depot price of fuel from 148 per litre to 178 naira per litre since last week. According to him, none of the Nigerian Petroleum Company Limited depots had products, and the private depots took advantage of the situation to hike the price. The IPMAN chairman said the marketers should not be blamed for the increase in pump price, adding that selling at 170 naira per litre is not realistic. However, a top official of the depot and Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, who preferred to be anonymous, said the scarcity was as a result of a shortfall in product allocation from the NNPC. In other parts of Africa, 11 leaders from Central Africa have gathered in DRC's capital, Kinshasa, to discuss the process of political transition in Chad. A member of the Economic Community of Central African States, Chad is being represented by Mahamat Idris Deby, who was appointed transitional president by a national forum earlier this month. The meeting comes days after clashes between Chadian police and protesters in which 50 people died, including a dozen members of the security forces, according to a government toll. And in entertainment, Adidas is terminating its partnership immediately with Kanye West, the sporting goods maker said on Tuesday, reacting to a rash of offensive behavior from the American rapper and designer. The German company said it does not tolerate anti-Semitism and any other sort of hate speech. A lawyer representing Kanye West did not respond to a request for comment. The company said ending the partnership and the production of Yeezy branded products, as well as stopping all payments to Ye and his companies, will have a short-term negative impact of up to $250 million on its net income this year. Adidas put the partnership under review earlier in October after repeated efforts to privately resolve the situation. Ye has courted controversy in recent months by publicly ending major corporate tie-ups and due to outbursts on social media against other celebrities. And in sports, Chelsea Football Club has confirmed that Lawrence Stewart will join the club as a technical director to focus on football globally. The role appears to indicate a focus on plans to form a multi-club model. Stewart currently holds a role with AS Monaco as technical director and will join the Blues when his commitments to the League One side end. Before this, he was global head of scouting at Red Bull Soccer International and was previously head of performance analysis at Manchester City. And that's the news updates. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Uchechukwu Onodo. Many thanks for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Essay Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it is to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags, but if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Essay Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. When there's something to promote Africa, when there's something to promote Nigeria, we also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
All right, welcome back. It is still the run-up, and we're having a very talented young man with us this morning. He's a musical artist. He also creates content, does many things. You know, these talented people, you don't know where to catch them from. And with us this morning is Color Boy. Hi, Color Boy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, your name is Cola Boy, and when I heard about you the first time, I was like, does he chew cola a lot or what? So why did you decide to use the name Cola Boy as your stage name, as it were?
Yeah, I've gotten questions like that a lot. When I was starting my career independently, one of the first songs I recorded back then was titled Orgy. Meanwhile, cola nut from the word cola nut. Mm-hmm. So cola nut means orgy in Igbo language. Oh. So I thought the first track was cola was orgy, which means cola nut, and then cola nut represents something great in where I come from, the East. There is literally no meeting without a cola nut. So there's a saying, "He who brings cola brings life." Mm. So after I recorded that song, I found out that people started calling me Cola Boy, and I wasn't bearing the name Cola Boy then. I was bearing the name Onyx, but somehow, some way people started calling me Cola Boy, and then at the point I just had to switch. So and I got a real meaning from the word cola, from the cola nuts meaning. It actually made so much sense to go with the name Cola Boy. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the recent tour that you went for at the East. You had just come back from Enugu, and of course, you have a very recent body of work. Your EP had just dropped, and unfortunately, I couldn't be there for the listening party, but just tell us about it, the listening party, and the EP.
Okay, the listening party was held last 2 weeks in Enugu State. The title of the EP is Cola from the East. 5 songs featuring Flavor, Anidons, MCR, and Ojadilibu. The idea of the EP was actually to create something that kind of bridges the gap between the old ancestral sound and the modern sound. You know, just like the song of Malicha, the one that was dropped before the EP, I found out that even the song was able to cut across both the old and the new, so everybody could relate to the song. It's not just like it was made for just the older generation, or it was made just for the new generation. So what my brand actually is trying to do is to kind of bring that ancestral sound, and then more like a fusion of the ancestral sound and the new modern sound. Yeah.
Okay, Kola, we like a situation in Plus TV where we bring people that are not that, the Nigerian parlance says blown, you know, it never blow like that. But we like to discover talents and sell the talents to the world. But the world that we want you to be a part of will have to make very informed choices in the political space. And we're wondering, with the influence that you're beginning to gather, you know, when you're collaborating with Flavor and the rest of the big names, it means that you're somewhere there. We're wondering how much of this influence you're also using to educate people of your ilk, people of your type, people of your kind of profession and all that, to get involved in electioneering, in politics, and making sure especially that the defining year of 2023 is what we want it to be, to take Nigeria to El Dorado. So how much involved are you in the politics of Nigeria?
I would say from my own end, I've been doing everything I could, you know, to sensitize people about how important it is to get involved in, you know, exercising their rights as citizens of Nigeria, the ones that are of age. We've been involved in activities, a whole lot of them, trying to sensitize people to get their PVCs and everything, to get ready for voting, because we can't just keep complaining every time. We, the youths, we have to be fully involved. And I've done a couple of things too. You know, when the registration was going on, I had to go down to a lot of locations, you know, because I feel when you are an influential person, people tend to like it's kind of every move or every activity you get involved in, it kind of influences a lot of people to look up to you. So I had to go. Even though I had registered before, I still had to make some moves and go to just let people know that, okay, this is the right thing for us to do. And I will keep doing such too. Yeah, I will keep doing such, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, 2023 is coming. I'm just wondering, if you were to select a president, what kind of qualities would you want in a president as a person now?
First of all, I think someone, we first of all, we need a younger person, right? We need a younger person, and then we need someone that has a different ideology and a perspective of the whole thing about governance. Because what we've had so far, we've had people that had this tribal mentality. And we've had people that, I think we've had selfless leaders, to be sincere. We need someone that understands the fact that what we need now is just to rebuild a country that is almost gone. And not someone that is self-centered, not someone that wants because that's the word we always hear. Everybody wants to go there to get their national cake. And that's not the kind of person we need there right now. We need someone that understands the mess that the country is in right now. Someone that actually understands that this is beyond religion, this is beyond tribalism, this is beyond ethnicity, this is, I don't know, you understand what I mean though? I'm not a politician, I know the right terminologies and what but just someone that is selfless.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Color Boy. Over time, you've proven that you're a very traditional person, and we see how you infuse that in your music. It's a very beautiful thing, actually, for a young man in your age bracket to understand the place of culture. And it's also beautiful to know that you're very interested in the political end of things also. You're not just in the entertainment sector. You're using your influence to be a part of politics and governance. That is a very beautiful thing. Thank you so much, Koloboy, for coming on the run-up this morning. And we have your video, Omalicha, that will be coming up very soon. We hope that you continue the great work that you're doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching us right now, and before the news, you saw the lofty things that a young lady was doing, Grace Nkwocha, there was doing something with the young ones in Ajegunle, and hopes to replicate all this in all the local governments of Lagos State and possibly the entire Nigeria. You too can do something no matter how young you are. Kola is doing it, Grace is doing it. What are you doing? Well, as we wrap up, I hope that tomorrow that you're going to be a part of the program again. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
And as we round up with Omalicha video, my name is Uchechukwu Onodu. Do have yourself a wonderful day ahead.
It's Bami on the beat.
Omalicha, boys want to cafe hanekiri. Your beauty men will on the throat to roge keriri and them and eburu jericho muabudum pudi muabora karamaka chuko muabudagi was it away. I think the fight away. Who got content and more flow the fight away. I say my mama say it away. I think the fight away. If it was after the already so the fight away and fight away. A thought of you, they bust my head, the blast I don't know. Up now we did today, that would be a waste of food. They steady dripping it and they making one check and go talk to me. Who go buy a madam, my soul, I say, my spec. Right on the beat, touch on the beat, man, will do my check. And through to God, I cross my heart to my was in Europe. And when they get to make I push it up, but my for the go. Say, Divasa, Chimamanda DJ, Mono Nyoko, Uche Queen Famori, Regina Daniel, some Mamora number, Ijechi, Uyenedo Compo, Missy Juliet Compo, Omo Meresuada Manakano, come watch your Yaku Celebrity Barista, Mrs. Ebere, Yaku Bibana. The angels is a boy who chief priest. And that's what told you what I say. Much respect to OG. I put you anymore. I never will. Oh, yeah. Pull up, boy. Retro mix.
is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayomi Sale, and today I'm joined by Uti Elu and Mwajiaga Omero. Hello, ladies.
One day you will call me NJ.
How are you, NJ?
Good.
But I want to take pride in the fact that I know how to pronounce the name. It's Uti's one. I'm still trying.
It's good.
But
it's good. Maybe I'll get there one day. No.
How do I pronounce it?
Utien Orishewarami.
Okay, Utien Orishewarami.
Utien
Orishewarami.
Warami.
Okay, Utien Orishewarami. We get it.
All 19 letters.
Very long.
Quite long.
Is it in your passport?
Well, no. No. Nope. Oh, wow. The whole thing isn't.
Well, hey, how are you ladies doing? How was your weekend? How was last week?
Well, my weekend was great. I had a close friend's birthday and it turned out to be a lovely experience with lovely people. So good hangout time.
Awesome. How are you, Uti?
I'm good. I think so. I realized I hadn't actually been on the show. I wasn't on the show last week.
Yes, you were not.
But it doesn't feel like that because we had the other shoot.
Yeah.
So because I sat here and I was like, oh, I actually wasn't here last week. But
you've not been around.
I'm feeling much better now.
Yeah.
So happy to be excited to be here. Though. I gave myself a scare, but yeah, I'm learning to pace myself. I'm not particularly good at shutting down and resting, but yeah, I'm learning now.
Absolutely, it's needed though. It's needed. Anything that has to do with your health, you can't even joke with it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so today we want to talk about something, we're talking about floods, and here's what we found as today's quote. Water is a weapon. It's as simple as that. Jamil Shams said that quote. Floods often have devastating impacts on people, ranging from loss of properties to loss of life. So we found a very disturbing video. And today we want to address ourselves. So it's our ladies' night out, and Uti, NJ and I are discussing how citizens can better respond to floodings, right, in Nigeria. And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear what you have to say about this. But first, let's go on a break to see what we found in the news.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, on National Merry Music Day, we're celebrating the Meriton sound system as the oldest sound system on the planet. Meriton is the only sound system founded in the original sound system era of the 1940s and 1950s that is still in operation. And as the last standing marathon, music encourages music lovers around the globe to learn about the historical movement that has influenced musical genres in Jamaica and the world in general. So, who is a music lover and who understands what marathons are?
I was just going to ask you that. What is it? Because when you said Jamaica, I was like, is it reggae or what is like?
You're going to
research. Well, now new knowledge. We have to go and find out.
We're going to research.
Well, happy Music Day, though.
Happy Merry Music Day, whatever that means. All right, Angel, let me come to you. What did you find for us in the news?
Oh well, in the news, there's been some major, concerns on security and terror attacks in Abuja. So I read the Department of State Services has asked Nigerians to remain calm but vigilant following the security alert issued by the United States Embassy in Abuja that there could be a possible terror attack in the city this week. The DSS, in a statement made by Dr. Peter Afwanya, advised Nigerians to be cautious. The service, however, assured that it will work with other security agencies to maintain the peace in Abuja. So that is I don't even know how to put it. I can imagine how the residents of Abuja are currently feeling. Not knowing where to go. You're told to stay out of public places, hotels, parks, and these are things or activities that Abuja people are known for. Being out, having picnics and all that. So I can imagine how frightful and this must sound to a whole lot of people, knowing that they can't even go into church on Sunday and the rest is that everybody is at risk.
Sad though. So it's when this thing came out, I was like, actually, this is the state we live in every day. It's just whether somebody brings it to the forefront of your mind and says, beware.
Yeah.
But in truth, the state of insecurity that we're at right now, well, in my mind, this is the state. This is it. I think that it's important how this information is disseminated, because I think this started from an internal communique from an embassy, I believe, and then of course that sort of, with social media and technology today, you can spread it far and wide very quickly, and that in itself can cause panic. So it's almost, you almost want to ask yourself the question, is information too much? Is it too little? What is the balance? Because now everybody's in this heightened state, and this is not the first time it's happened before. So everybody's in this heightened state. So it's like a heightened of an already heightened state. So you're taking it to an exponential level. But really, where are we today? This is our reality. Sad reality.
Absolutely. All right, what's your story?
Well, I wish that my story was more upbeat, but it's not. My headline reads, Panic as petrol shortage emerges in Lagos. So of course, as has become almost the norm every few months now, we end up with a petrol shortage, or we wake up and there are queues. Let me not even say we end up with the petrol shortage. We wake up and there are queues, and the explanation is the same. I think so the last time this happened was June, July. And then it was the same thing. The cost for the marketers to lift the petrol didn't make the pump price viable. So we've circled back to that conversation again, where they're now saying that the price they're lifting at is about 175 to 185 naira per litre, which of course still requires, I think it's an additional 10 naira, I think, on top of that to get it to the pump. So by the time you do the math, they're now saying again that it's not economically viable for them to sell at a loss. Hence, we are in deja vu mode, where we see the long queues and everybody's searching for PMS. We then circle back to the conversation about whether we're scrapping the subsidy, how viable is the subsidy. Again, we've said it many times on the show, the subsidy is just not sustainable. I mean, diesel has found its level, right? 700 or 800 or so naira for a litre of diesel, and we've all adjusted as best as we can right? Businesses' prices have gone up, our inflation, all the usual commodities have all gone up. So let's take the decision, do it with petrol, and it's like yanking off the band-aid, because we can't continue like this now. Every few months, so we'll probably come back now and then they'll up it by maybe 20 naira or something, and then we'll be still here again. So it's just a little frustrating, stressful, and if you have petrol, then you are stuck in traffic burning the little petrol that you have. Then when you don't have petrol, then you have to spend the hours and the time to go and queue for the petrol or buy it. Black market rate is...
In fact, I'm so pained because I had the back-to-back from Thursday all the way to Sunday.
So your tank is empty.
From Sunday, I went all straight from production. I went to Ogun State, out of town. By the time we were leaving, right, when we go back to Lagos yesterday, I just saw queues. And I asked the person driving, I said, why didn't you tell me there was this? We saw few tanks, so right now my car is on reserve. So I don't even know what I'm going to do, because I can't even drive inside traffic. I have to just manage myself until I'm able to find somewhere I can get fuel from. Like, it doesn't make any sense. This thing just keeps... Can we not just find a permanent solution to this? Like you rightly said, we said these things over and over again. It seems like we're just going round in circles. If we want to remove the subsidy, let us all remove the subsidy. Let us know what our reality is. As opposed just, patching and every time you wake up. And it's just so sudden. Because it's not like there was any warning or anything, and it's so painful.
And the thing is, like, why does it have to? So the thing is, if, even if you're trying to manage our current situation, if you even want to stagger it, to say, you know what, if it's every quarter, if it's every half year, before the marketers come and hold us to ransom, let's increase it a little bit, so that you make that adjustment process gradual. So you don't just go from, what happened with diesel. Exactly. But at this point, we're not even getting feedback. We're just going through all this stress and wahala.
And there's already too much happening in the country.
Like
there's just too much.
So Abuja people probably be looking at us like, what are you guys talking about? Because of course they had the extended fuel scarcity, and then the floods in Kogi and all prevented the trucks from even being able to get to them. So Abuja's situation is even then compounded.
Even worse, All right, so Peter Obi, the presidential candidate for the Labour Party, has said that women are more committed and trustworthy to work with. I 100% agree with you. He wrote that he had about 40% of women in his cabinet in Anambra State because he found that women were far more committed and trustworthy when you need work to be done and done satisfactorily, right? Get a woman to do it and you will not be disappointed. So he then went on to say that he was committed to making sure that he will carry women along, bring them to the leadership table where decisions are being made, and also allowing them to utilize their potential for the betterment of Nigeria. And the reason I'm taking this story is because this weekend, all my project has been on women. Why are you looking at me with corner eye? But hey, I 100% agree with him, because again, when I was done, like, the attention to detailing that a woman will put into something is completely different from what a man will do, right? I remember so many people saying that, oh my God, this is so big, this is huge, this is this, and all of that. I kept thinking to myself, if it's possible that they had given this project to a man to handle. I don't think the attention to details, so if I can give myself the flowers, attention to details would not have been that, because everything was thought, we thought everything through, right? So I tend to agree with people that say that let's give more women the opportunity, because again, that nature that we have naturally within us as women, we want to see things blossom, right? So if we start to have these kinds of conversations on the table where people are saying, you know what, let's bring in more women into this conversation, I am very 100% sure that Nigeria will be far, far better than where we were before, now. Uti, you do not have any comments.
No, I don't.
But you're looking at me with corner eye.
No, he hasn't said anything that we don't already know. So that's what I was trying to say. That I was trying to sort of understand what the comment, but of course when you start talking about the women in his cabinet and all of that, we already know now. Women run things.
We run the world. All right, so on that note, let's take a break. Let's talk to ourselves. Let's see what this flooding situation is like and how we can better manage ourselves. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Our guest today is Senator Anthony Adefuye. He is an engineer, an APC chieftain. APC, you are a chieftain of that party, and the candidate you have fielded, Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Many Nigerians have questions about him. A, they say that he's too old to run a country as vast and as complex as Nigeria. B, they are saying that APC should not be fielding a Muslim ticket when Nigeria has a large number of Christians that should be represented. And C, that you are fielding someone from the southwest part of the country instead of someone from the southeast.
The southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man.
So floods are some of the most destructive natural disaster people must endure, often lasting longer and impacting larger areas. Floods tend to be much more costly than other events, both in financial terms and loss of life. Now, flooding destroys homes and properties, cripples transportation, and leaves a host of potential diseases in its wake. Now, rapidly moving flood water also erode banks and shorelines, then deposit huge amounts of debris onto surrounding areas. The cleanup process and cost after a flood are typically as much, if not more, than the cost of the physical damage alone. The economic fallout from even a minor flood often lasts several years. Now, flooding is a natural flooding is natural for all bodies of water. However, modern expansion alters the landscape and encroaches on areas that were once natural watersheds, right? This, along with the fact that modern construction does not absorb runoffs, results in more frequent and more costly flooding, while levees and modern engineering help reduce effect of flooding. There is no way to entirely prevent flood. So whilst there are things we cannot control, or we, however, have full control how we respond when there is a flooding crisis, and that is what we are trying to address tonight. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. All right, so this conversation is very important to have, because oftentimes it's just like driving on the road, right? And you see people maybe taking a walk or a jog, and they're jogging, backing and oncoming traffic, right? Every time I see it, I quite kind of cringe, because the the safe thing to do, right? If you want to really be security conscious, right? The safe thing to do when you're on the highway or you're on the road, even on the street, even in your estate, is you're supposed to walk on the other side of the road, so you face an oncoming vehicle. So if there's anything that would happen, you would immediately see it and probably maybe avoid it. Because, I mean, somebody had his leg broken because of that, because he was taking an early morning walk at 6 a.m. and his bus driver lost control, and that was how the man lost, his legs. So when I see things like that, I just feel like, there's not enough sensitization that is going on with this. And so when I saw that video, right, it just hit me that how on earth, people have said this thing time and time again, that when you see water, right, that is not when you are thinking that, oh no, I can, because again, this water was moving with really high tidal waves, right? So how would you, in your right senses, go into the water? Then again, another thought, how many people are in their right senses? And how many people even understand these things? And that's why we're having this conversation, because there's a part of the flooding itself, there's a part of the government, and there's a part of us as citizens. They will send you warnings. They will tell you something is happening. People will still stay in their homes, believing that it's not going to happen to them. And this is not unique to Africa. Because even abroad, when you have all the hurricanes and all of that, even when they do all the warnings and all, you still see people stay there. Then they will not be waiting for people to come and rescue them. But let me hear your thoughts. Well, I mean, when you saw that video, what came to your mind, Uti? And I'll come to NJ.
You hit the nail on the head, right? But sometimes context is good, because let's be clear that flooding is a part of our lives. What we are now discussing is the extent of the flooding. Because when rain falls, if we just even take Lagos, take the island where we are, when rain falls, you battle a couple of things. You battle groundwater that's rising up from the ground, because this is sand-filled, reclaimed land. You battle the bad roads, so there are potholes and gullies where water sits. You battle a lack of drainage. All of this on a small patch of land surrounded by water on one side. In fact, water on both sides. The ocean on one side, the inlet on the other side. So, in truth, what we're talking about when we look at a video like this is the extent of the flooding. Because if we told Nigerians today that when the floods don't go anywhere, throughout rainy season, we'll all just be at home. So to a certain extent, we've already been cultivated by our environment to venture into the water. It's not like when you look at abroad where there's drainage, there's all of this. So it is atypical for there to be a mass or a pool of water on a road where we walk through. There are certain parts of Lekki now, when it rains, people are rolling their trousers up to their knees, taking off their shoes, and they're wading through this water. Then you tell that same person that when you see this water, no, just go the other direction. The guy will be like, but this is my life every day, right? So that's the first problem, where contextually, it's the norm. Now, what we're talking about is how we define or differentiate this kind of situation where there is a tide, and quite a rapid tide, right? Because we're used to it. So there's a gap in that part of the knowledge. This video is a perfect example. It was a needless occurrence, because what happens is there was a group of people, they're all watching it. So he goes into the water, and the bit at the entrance is not part of the tide per se. The tide is flowing, across from him. And he thinks, I can go past it.
And guess what? He was just few inches away to the...
So, I can go through it. And the passengers jump off as they start to feel that it's unstable. And he keeps going. And like you said, he almost made it. But what was more critical for me, and the bit of the video that adds to this point that we're making now, is when it first started, it was almost like
hailing him.
So it was so easy for even the people that got off the bike to pull the bike and say, Oga, stop. Or the people who were, there to say, don't do it. But they were hailing like, let's see what will happen, let's see what will happen. Then it's a progression of, hey, ha, ha. Then they start shouting, right? Because he's now caught up in the tide. And it's, he's gone. Then they see his head. Oh, thank you, God, thank you, God, thank you, God, thank you, God. And next,
the head is gone again.
The head is gone again. So you've gone through this progression where you see this is the manifestation of the lack of the awareness of the difference between the day-to-day and how quickly a small volume of water, because anybody looking at this, in fact, where he first of all got picked up by the tide, it didn't appear to be as deep as when he then started to flow. So that's the thing with water. You can't tell how deep it is until you are actually in it. And by then it's too late.
It's too late.
Because when it's flowing, it takes you. So even if you were able to swim, right, you're not swimming against the tide, you are going with it. There's all sorts of things, like we said, there could be live wires in there. So the challenge is real in that when you now talk about this awareness, the awareness is just not stay away from floods, but it's the sensitization of the difference as to where the danger is, because this is part of our daily lives.
I get you. I mean, I remember when there was a particular time when we had serious issues in our home in Shongotedo, where the water would get up to my bonnet level. But because that water is still, right? I mean, you will still see the Okada riders, you see everybody still go through that water. So I believe that was the mindset he had. Not putting in consideration that there was a flow somewhere at midpoint, you know. And again, you know, with water, the bikes become lighter. So he felt maybe he could really pull his bike, you know, and yes, now, you know, weight is, when you're underwater, no matter how heavy you're lighter, you know, so you're lighter underwater. So I am very certain that he kept on thinking to himself that,
he probably does it every day. So, you know, because the passengers got off. So technically, the place you were going to, the people you were carrying have come down. So why didn't you turn back?
Well, let me hear your thoughts, NJ, when you saw this.
Basically, you guys have said it all. There's when I saw this, I was actually quite surprised, because this is something that happens every day. Most people do this, like Uti rightfully said. There are a lot of places, even on the island, where you just a little bit of rain, not even the normal 8 days, 1 week rain, or 7 days rain, and the whole place is flooded. Why? Because we have bad drainage, we have bad waste, you know, management systems and all that. So all these things help to contribute to current situation. Now, one of the things that people need to sensitize themselves about, or information that people need to figure out, is what to actually do when these things happen. Like a simple case like this, even a simple home case. I've seen stories of people who drowned in their own home just because they were either trying to save lives and property, you know, instead of getting themselves to safety, and then the water came and overtook the whole thing. Absolutely. And everybody perished. So there has to be steps to take, and I would say it's not just the government to sensitize people. We should actually get information. If you live in an area where you know is flooded, you should actually ask yourself, okay, if this thing should affect me, what should I do? What are some of the things I can do apart from calling people? Because by the time you're calling people, it's already too late. No one can come to your rescue. You can see that happening in different states where no one can even come to your rescue, because either they have to, the only way to get to you is through a canoe or that, and that would not be able to carry equipment needed to actually help people out. But you know, going back to this video, another thing I noticed is that, like Uti said, there were a lot of people hailing and everything. There are a lot of onlookers in situations in Nigeria, and it's appalling to a very, very frightening extent. We've seen people get robbed. We've seen people in need of just minor help. Maybe their tire is bad and everything, and we just drive on like no problem. I feel like if this guy perished, it's on a lot of people's heads, because if you find yourself in such a situation, there should be a level of help you can be willing to give. A lot of people are there because they know that these things will happen. They know that this accidents, the road is already blocked, so they know that these accidents will happen. What happens to even somebody just having a rope, a stick? That guy went all the way down river. I don't know how that body of water goes, but that guy went all the way down river, and there were a lot of people.
Nobody could go in to help.
I'm not saying going into the water. I'm just saying that even as individuals, there are certain things we can do in terms of even trying to help, rather than just being the first to bring out your phone to record somebody get washed away.
Okay, I hear you. Let me put it in a bit of statistics, because now the minister, I just saw a report that the minister for disaster, what's her name again? Minister, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development. Her name is Sadia Farouk. She has given us a figure. So she said that as of yesterday, on the 4th, there has been over 3,219,780 persons affected by this flood in 2022. That there are about 1.4,227,370 persons that have been internally displaced, and approximately 2,776 persons have been injured, and approximately 612 people have been killed. 181,600 houses have been partially damaged, while 123,807 houses have been totally damaged. This is the current report, because again, finally, 176,852 hectares of farmland have been partially damaged, while 392,399 hectares of farmland have been totally damaged. You know, because most times we complain that we do not get data, we don't get figures to work with. I'm happy that these figures have come out. But I want us to go back to the conversation. The reason I'm stating this out is that beyond just giving us data and all of that, do we think that the government is doing enough to do what we are doing on this table now today, which is helping people understand how to deal and better manage these things? Because, I mean, flooding is going on, and I'm not seeing like a lot of government people coming out, sensitizing people, sending out videos, sending out audio, sending out what's it called, press releases and all of that. Is because I know that there's a disaster something that they're doing, I think some funding that they're doing. If that is related to this, that means it defeats the purpose, because again, there are some deaths that I feel that can be prevented, right? And I'm not seeing the government doing it, but there's one government that has done something. And when we come back from the break, we're going to show that video, because I believe Lagos State government did something. We had to go and, I mean, Uti helped me to fish out that video. Yeah. So it's important that at this time, we start to continuously put that in the consciousness of the minds of people, so that they know that this is how you should relate when it comes to the, flooding. We'll take that video once we come back from the break. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul.
We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
It doesn't look that deep, so you decide to drive through it. Bad decision. And it may be your last.
So thank you if you just tuned in to our Ladies' Night Out, and we're discussing how citizens can better respond to floodings right in Nigeria. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. You can also tweet at us at WaysShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. Now, our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. That's the number to call, 07025007749. Now, I want the citizens, I mean, if you can call in, I want to hear what you have to say about the government's response, to, flooding situations. Do you think they're sensitizing the people enough? And again, I want to hear what you think people can begin to do to ourselves. Because I like what ND had talked about, onlookers, right? It's something we do all the time. Something is happening, you see somebody dying, there's just been an accident, and the next thing, people are bringing out phones. I get the part of wanting to document things, so that you'll be able to say, okay, these were the events that happened. But there's still also that part, because I believe that if at the initial stage of that initial video that we watched, that the guy was entering with, everybody was shouting, don't go, don't go, don't go. Yeah. You think he would have still gone, but they were cheering.
No, he would have still gone, because the point at which, if he was going to stop And I want to refer to this last video that you just played. At the very beginning of the video, right, it is just validating what we just talked about. The puddle looks like what we drive through every day. It was just static. You go in, you come out. But if you notice, the angle then changed, and they showed it from above, and then there was a tide, and then the car turned and you could see it flowing down. So that is where the consciousness is, because in this video where the guy had the bike, he literally, when the passengers stopped, when the passengers got off, he could have stopped. When the tide, first of all, actually picked him up,
the first time,
he could have let go of the bike.
Yes,
right?
And
then tried to save himself. So there are multiple factors here that impact this, where we talk about where the responsibility lies. Now, I hear you in that there's a responsibility for the government. Where for me that responsibility lies is, one, given that we understand the the geography and the topography of where we are in certain parts of Nigeria, where we see the flooding in Kogi today, with all the conversations around dams and the confluence of the rivers, and then where we are in a place like Lagos, the island, there's water everywhere. So when you look at the topography now, it's largely flat because you are sand filling, and you're building. So there is nothing to actually, because what do we do? There's vegetation. You plant trees to, soak up the water, to slow down the flow of the water. You're supposed to have like slopes and things.
That flow
into the river. These things, because we ask ourselves the same questions. There's water on your front, there's water on your back. Is it that when we were doing the town planning and building and putting the plans together, there wasn't a collective thought to drainage as to how to drain the water away? But of course we know that's not the case, because you develop your 600 square meters, you come next door, develop your 600 square meters. There's a stretch of road, if you sort of leave in my neighborhood basically, where the developer that built this stretch did the paving stones, the interlocking stones, and finished it, and it was flat. Now, the next house that came, of course, they raised it. So automatically, they've created a flashpoint for water to pool. We're even still managing that. Then the developer that comes and builds the house at that joint place now proceeds to raise and then they want to put drainage because they've raised the house up so high. Of course, cars now need to drive. So they then created gutters. So they broke the place where there's a problem to put gutters. So there's a plethora of problems where the government has a responsibility, first in ensuring that the town planning deals with the issues.
You must follow the plan planning to the latter.
The drainage, not gutter. There's a difference between digging a hole for water to sit in, or actually building a runoff where the water has somewhere to go.
Let me take a call. Our first caller for the evening. Thank you, Norma. You're live. Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, this is Norman from Abia State.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, see, as you are just showing on that video, it saddens my heart. It's quite unfortunate. But sometimes we are the architect of our problem. Because this guy seeing a water that is, there's a flood that is washing with such speed. What you're supposed to do is to just allow that Okada to go. But because he doesn't want to let go the Okada, and that is why he now ended up being swept away by the flood. So I want to use this opportunity to tell people, once it starts raining because of the climatic change, please don't drive like me in Umaya here. Once it starts raining, I will not drive again. I'll park one side and make sure wherever that I want to pass through, if it is flooded, the flood must come down before I pass through it. Because if you go in because of the speed of the flood, before you know it, you are gone. So people, especially government, I will say that lack of planning on the part of government cannot be an emergency on the part of citizens. The town planners need to wake up. And the thing that is supposed to be done at the initial stage in order to stop this flooding should be done anyway, not people losing their lives carelessly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Otu.
So I was just going to say that, so you've got that part of the government, right? And like what Loma was saying is, you the people, what is also the responsibility? Because this is just
what we are talking about.
This is just sadly poor decision making on the part of the Okada rider. But like I said, he probably has passed through water like that all the time.
So he just thought this is like every other water
what's
that
the
I've been
difference?
through.
Because why didn't he stop? Why didn't he turn around? But now you've taken all these issues because, like Loma was saying at the end there, town planning, which is what I was saying. But then we are even late now because in like a Lekki, where do you want to start sloping? Where do you want to like? We are all. Even the little sloping that people say, okay, let me try and raise mine. You are creating a problem for somebody because it is not it wasn't planned that way. So today, how do we start to fix these problems? You that have drains, you know how it is here. Once the rain starts to fall, they come and dig the drains, the gutters, and they leave it on the side of the road to dry. Then it eventually washes back into and causes a big scam. It washes back into the gutters. So from that responsibility point of view, what are we supposed to do as people? Because a lot of the time, I think the point for me or the crux that we want people to take away is, look, if you're waiting for the government, you're on a long thing. Because the government is dealing with the security, is dealing with FX issue, is dealing with petrol issue, see, you and your house and protecting yourself from flood, to help you, just help yourself, right? That's what it needs to be, and that's why the topic is so important.
Absolutely. Let me take Isaac from Abeokuta, I believe. You're live.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Isaac.
Yeah, good evening. It's a very sad situation we find ourselves in the country. We generally lack management structure. We wait for accidents to happen before we start running around. When you look at that video very well, besides the government challenges, we as a people, we also need to be reorientated. The people that were standing there on both sides knew that that road was very bad. The Okada rider obviously must have been coming from somewhere else and have no clue how bad the situation was. In the Western world, they would have stopped him before he even entered. But you see, we've come to a place where things are so messed up and we get excited when we see things happen, even if they are bad things. So we the people need to be sensitized to love one another and to protect one another. Because if you watch the video, you will find out that guy was not protected. Nobody can give what they don't have. It's as much as you know, you will display. But then the government needs to put a lot into preparation for natural disasters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you so much, Isaac. I'll come to you, NJ. Places in the world I've seen people actually, there would have been like a big cordon, right? Don't go to this area, because that's where Isaac is. And I've seen Nigerians do it. Like if you're driving on the highway, we go to Osun State most times to go see our kids, or drop them in school. There are really bad spots. So even the people there, they put it as a point of duty to tell you, madam, you can't go further down this road. You have to go through this way. They help, right? But I just feel like, these are not responsibilities of people. So the government, I feel where the government would have come in is identify these hotbeds, right? These hot spots, and position people. The way you have your emergency response people is not only when there's a building collapse or when there's a fire incident or something. Emergency also does not mean that the incident must have happened. It is also preventing those incidences, because we've seen tankers fall and they'll go and quickly spray foam on it, foamy water, so that it doesn't spark up a fire. So these are the situations that we should also have our emergency response team, right? They would have been on ground there, ensuring that nobody crosses that part. until maybe that water has really, really gone down. Then they leave. These are the kinds of things that tells me that a government is proactive, right? If a government would sit down and say, you know what, these are hot spots for flooding, and there would always be a wave water. I mean, when the Arepo water is released, the Ogun State one, you know that the Long Bridge, you will see the Long Bridge, that before you see the water, you will see that it will be at the level of that bridge. It means that the people that built that bridge, they were not stupid. They knew the exact water level of that thing before they built it, because when there's no water issue, you would think, why is this bridge? The bridge is useless because there's no water. But when that water happens, when they release you will see the water is at that level of the bridge, like at par with the bridge. So do you understand my point? If we have government that will say, you know what, ahead of all of these things, there are hot spots where this flooding happened, and they position their men there, maybe, that will also prevent unnecessary death. I'm not talking about properties will be lost, things will be lost, but the loss of life is really what really disturbs me in some of these things. But let me hear your thoughts, NJ.
You guys have said it all. There's a place for government in all this. There's a responsibility for government. Yes, whether it's from the drainage angle, managing waste, managing what happens with the gutters, and even town planning, all the way there. And then there's the human angle, where we also have to even try to even be more proactive in what we're doing, whether it's when you want starting from when you actually want to build. Actually pay attention to some of these things, because I've been to some places where it's very slopey. Then some rich guy goes all the way to the top and builds, raises the floor level and builds his house, which means that when there's a flood, he has already created problem for every other person.
Let me take Rotimi, I think from Agege, if I believe. Maiduguri, okay. Rotimi from Maiduguri, you're live.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Sorry for keeping you.
Yes, my name is Rotimi, and I'm Maiduguri.
Go ahead. Yes,
watching that video this evening, it's a very pathetic situation. You understand my point now? It's a very pathetic situation because we don't have an effective human sympathy and feeling. Now, the other guy was just driving in and everybody was just hailing him and they were making a video of him. Nobody informed him that where he was going was quite dangerous. Maybe he's not familiar with the terrain. This to the fact that we should be very
Sorry, Rotimi, I'm afraid we couldn't hear. Maybe his ears were pressing the keys on his phone because it was really interrupting. Yes. But Angel, we have a comment quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Amazing. Oh, okay. So we have good evening, ladies. The Okada man is greedy. He valued his Okada more than his life. While the end result is disaster, erosion of both the man and his Okada. However, the local government should have placed a no entry sign at the start point, which is just like what you said.
So can I just play
devil's advocate?
Like you always do. Of course. So I hear you, and there's a lot of sensitization. So when we come into this season, which is something like what that video, the animation was, so I've seen circulars by the Lagos State government.
Please hold your thought. Let me come to Henry, then I'll come back to you. Henry, you're live.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this video is a very sorry case, but every citizen is responsible for his safety too. I've had cases in which places like this happen or things like this happen, and there's some daredevil individuals. They'll be backing people and collecting money to ferry people across these dangerous spots. In my own interpretation of this video is not what a lot of people are saying. This man unfortunately knew where he was going. You can see across the bank, people are standing. He's probably ferrying people over there for money. If you see all around the video, there are people standing. They knew what that place is. But some guys take it upon themselves to collect money from people, to ferry people across this dangerous site. Unfortunately for him, he could not make that trip this time around. So I don't see him as a random Okada man. I'm seeing him as someone, and if you look at this other side, you see people still standing. So you have some people who want to cross to the other side and waiting for somebody, an Okada man, or even somebody that can piggyback them across. So it's unfortunate what happened. I thought it was safe, but later when I listened to the video, I thought that they couldn't hold on to him. But everybody is also responsible for their safety and make wise decisions. Then when we talk about flooding, a flood like the one that happened in Pakistan, a quarter of the whole country was submerged. There's no number of, I don't work for government, I'm a private person, but there's no number of government officials that can be in all these hot spots. Sometimes these things overwhelm everybody, both the government, the community, and everything. Having good knowledge of where you're staying and where to be. There are some places once it starts raining, I start leaving, because once you stay in one place and the flood keeps rising, you don't know whether it's going to get to the roof or it's just going to be at your knee level. When I know those areas, I leave immediately once I see that everywhere is darkening. Not until I'm trapped and then the flood waters keep rising and I'm trapped. So government has a lot to do. They need to evacuate the drains. They need to sensitize the community and everybody. But we as individuals also need to know where we're staying, peculiarity of some neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Be careful.
Thank you. Very valid point. Uti, go ahead quickly.
So I guess let me take the comment first. So this is from Daniel, our regular fan. He says, how can Nigerians respond better to floods? In a nutshell, the government is responsible for all of this. When funds are released for projects, they do a half job. It's so sad that up till now, we're still talking about flooding in Nigeria. The government don't even care about human lives and properties. They just do things as they like. This alone is very pathetic, disgraceful, and embarrassing. And then he's welcoming back. Thank you, Daniel. I like some of the points that we just raised, because those are the things that we're talking about. There is the responsibility. For me, from the government side, I think it's the sensitization. What we tend to do is very reactive. These rains come every year, right? So the rest of the year, what are the emergency people doing? So yes, like we've seen in the last few weeks, they've released communiques around, if you live in this area, move to high ground. People don't really have where they're going to move to, right? So how do you help these people and educate them year round to say, you know what, as you start to get to the rainy season, here are the things that you need to do. Communities, to me, this looks a bit like a flash flood, right? So if you're in areas where we have assessed and we said, okay, this area is prone to flash flooding, guys, people that live in this area, what do we need to do? Every collective in this, if we don't form anything, we form association. Every street has their own association. So these engagements can happen so that people understand how they can protect themselves. Like you said, you may not be able to protect your property, but at least let's not lose life, right? So people need to be empowered to say, what are the peculiarities of my environment? If you live in Oworo today, by the end of Third Mainland Bridge, you know there's no doubt it will flood. What do you do? Do you have a family member you can go and stay with, a place you can go? So we're not getting to rainy season or when this actually happens to react. There are plans in place. So it's a continuous cycle. It's year round. Every year rainy season comes around. We may not have we have flooding to different extent every year. But we have to be better prepared, not just from the perspective of the government, because I really like the comment that he said, look, there are not enough people. We don't have enough doctors. We don't have enough police. It's now the emergencies. They just won't happen. So we all have to be responsible collectively.
Absolutely. The phone line is buzzing. Sorry, we apologize. We can't take more calls. But I think we've had a fantastic conversation. And we all can agree that there's a role that we all have to play in protecting our lives. When things like this happen, property should not be the one that comes first. I remember what RDJ, God rest his soul, would always say. He said, what does not cost life can be replaced. Absolutely. So it means that whatever it is that you're doing at every point in time, think life first. I mean, if it is your Okada, it could have been replaced. But now you have lost your life, and it was a needless loss. But thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, Uti. Thank you, NJ. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media platforms at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further. Drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. Water is a weapon. As you can see, it can kill people. So you have to be very careful when there is any issue of flooding around you. Do not take it lightly. It can be a very serious thing. Now, we'll see you guys live at 8 p.m. tomorrow as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself for what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating. And successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó máa ń lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólúrí. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ńbẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ńbẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ní Fádèyí ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbá yìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbá yìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́. Ìdí tó gbé wa débì nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè. Bàbá dàgbà wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà wọn ni Ṣùbẹ́rù Àkànó. Nánà wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀. Àwọn kú ní April 2016. Gbà yẹn ló ṣẹ̀ wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè. Títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí. Kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn. Yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500. Jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àtẹnírà àtẹníntà. A lè 105. Lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin. A kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ pé ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture, upholsterer, welder, oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí níta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn. Àti pákó, plywood, oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dérí páànù, cement, kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó, gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé. Àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà. 105 ti ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ. Àpọ̀. Lórí environmental tó sọ, wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental láago 7 a parí ẹ̀ láago 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run tá a bá dúró láago 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́ so mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ní àjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà gbàdúrà ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10 kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀ bọ́jà wáyé ṣe tó yẹ àti bó ṣe rí o lè rí ibi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwà kíwà àgbà kéèyàn ó jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni nínú tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀tún agbátòsì ní tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe a lè dẹ́lòmíì lẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ́nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbẹ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí ọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣébì náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ gbogbo àdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tọ́ra jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde níbí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi bọ́ọ̀dù plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wọ́n produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I have the mind of, be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of, we get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood. Just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara, we have mazonia, we have teak, we have abora, we have idigbo, we have eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer, and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If at all, if I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that. Everybody just faced the imported material that this was, but because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigeria something here, they see that it's even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
Wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni. àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn ìmí parí ní polytechnic àwọn tó parí lọ́fà tó parí Yaba tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà tí wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn so àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbé sórí social media but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media tó mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́ níbi tí ayé dé nísìn iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́ nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́ àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọ irú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí àwọn amọ̀mọ̀ wa sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀ á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán ibi náà náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí èyí tí ò ráyè bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan-an dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè ó kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí asáré lọ bí wọ́n bọ́ ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọ́mọ̀ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá so wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o tó dá déhùn wa ni wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa àwa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tóbi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédéé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbèyàn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú kápọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn iná ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́ generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná ó ti yé yín so àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn so táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn iná generator náà la lè lò.
nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti múná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a ṣètì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yí ká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ ńgbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on ńgbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà máa mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ 6 8 yẹn àná máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wárí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ burú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ́bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà ti pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí kámọ́ mọ́ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kámọ́ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
Today, I am visiting Chinasa and Akanimo, two good friends of 8 years. Their friendship is the kind admired by people who know them. These two ladies share their friendship journey. They weren't so close even though they work together.
First of all, friendship is a blessing, especially if you're living in today's world. You can't just peddle everything that is happening in this world. You need someone else that probably sees the same, through the same lens, have the same values, and not just in front of people or in front of the camera as we are today, but behind closed doors. Someone that would not really push, but is patient enough to wait till you come around. Funny thing is that someone has asked me, especially concerning our friendship, I said, what if tomorrow, NASA turns like a sour grape? And my answer had been that I would forever be grateful for the times that we were friends because they were excellent moments.
So friendship for me, to your question, is trust, respect, the ability to be yourself. And I like what Ike said, when I knew that we're doing this interview, I was thinking about it, like, what? In truth, like nothing in life lasts forever. We do hope that this friendship continues for as long as God tarries, as they say. But I think that what I have also been able to categorically tell myself is that should this friendship go the other way for some whatever reason, I can't imagine what that reason is, we're no longer friends, I will be grateful for the opportunity of this kind of friendship. And I say this because in a world where people can't even trust the people around, not even family members, to find this kind of relationships. I'm just like, we're thankful to God that you can be honest and truth. You can get the truth from them. You can feel safe, like a safe space. That's what friendship is to me.
So there are a lot of things that we don't agree on. There are a lot of things, we have different tastes in different things. But at the end of the day, the core remains the same. So knowing, just as she said, the core, everything else we can take.
We haven't actually had a time where we've not been talking. And if it has happened, maybe it was just me thinking, I'm not talking to Ike and she's not aware. Like, she's totally oblivious. And she probably called me. I mean, sometimes I blocked her on WhatsApp. Like, I'm not talking to Ike. And then people are like, don't worry, it's not both of you. But even that was as a joke because, again, it's the genuineness of the relationship. Like, I can be a total, for lack of a better word, I can be a jerk sometimes. But I also know that she gets it. Like, she's not going to label me and say, oh, Nasa is just this annoying person. Like, Nasa is in one of her moods. And so I think with that appreciation, you're like, okay, yeah, I can always talk to this person. It doesn't matter. I don't feel a type of way.
It's a good thing that she's annoying because sometimes she is annoying.
Oh, but she is too.
We did not like ourselves at first. So it's not
it wasn't love at first sight.
Now, if there's anything that our friendship has, demonstrated is growth, gradual growth. When you see something is organic, this friendship is really organic, in the sense that it just grew from seeing that this person and We kind of have the same principles. And the journey has been slow and steady. There's no forceful attempt to make, either of us friends. So it's not like sit down and tell me everything about your life, if not
so
this
friend.
So we can become friends. So we catch up on it. And as we go, we take it every day. And till today, I'm still learning some things about NASA. She has friends from different circles that probably know more stories than I do. You get, and the same thing, vice versa. But, there's that steady growth. When it comes to personal development, we've been on journeys together.
Absolutely.
We're always seeking it, okay? Starting from, just wanting to be better at public speaking. So we've gone on Toastmasters journey together. We've done our MBA together. We're going to start French sometime together. We're going to do a project management together. Yep. And these plans are, I don't know, so it's not like we sit down and think about it. But we just know that we want to be better women.
The foundation of this friendship is being our shared development goals, personal, we're talking and I want to do this. Like, public speaking started with, how did I even start? I think
we started where we're going to be, preparing to the next level of
where
life.
We're going in life.
Where we're going to in life. And we need to be prepared so that it doesn't take us by surprise. Moving to mid-management and then senior management and, being career women. We're like, we need to be prepared for this. No, we can't start preparing in the battle.
Some people. So we said, let's go and start Toastmasters, and we started that journey together, and then there was MBA, and then she had a mentor that she was gracious enough to share with me, and we have this one mentor that probably just thinks that these girls are crazy. But, so I'd say it's the shared goals that's also one of the glues of this friendship. Like, we know that we're going in similar direction, so it's easier to sort of cultivate. So the people that are struggling with friendship, like I said, understand, first of all. So first, one thing AK said, what are you, first of all, understand, who are you yourself, right? And do that self-assessment. Be true to yourself. That's the only place that you can, that's the first place to begin. And then with that, you can attract the kind of people that you want to attract based on your own true self.
I think there's a reason why the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. And she just buttressed that point. You have to understand who you are. Accept yourself, then know that friendship is not about modification. Yeah. Friendship is different from followership. If you want to be a leader or a boss of people, then go and gather people and pay. Maybe you have a company or followership. But once you come to real friendship, you must learn to coexist. Human beings are not perfect. Yeah. You must give an allowance for that, and you must take time to build that bank of trust. Yeah. You keep depositing into it. And you must build that. It takes time. Don't rush it. Don't force it.
Don't force it.
More importantly, be a happy person. Be
by yourself.
By yourself. Be what you can attract.
Yeah.
Be sincere. Be true. And it will come.
Damilola Owolabi is a life coach who believes that friendship can be great, but explains that humans need to be intentional about being the right kind of friend before seeking real friends.
Most of the people that I deal with have challenge with friends, understanding them in their critical time and state. So when they come to me, we deal with the issue from the angle of, okay, before we start bringing your friend in, your family, can we deal with you first? What have you done to merit that friend? In our own or in his or her own time or downtime, what have you done to help him or her? Now, the painful part is if they have been loyal, if they have been good, if they have been supportive, and when it now gets to their time, they got stabbed at the back, got condemned and all of that, it can be more painful, and it adds more to the trauma they are going through as at that time, and it helps them, it causes their healing to elongate.
Good friendship embodies empathy, compassion and concern for other people. It requires time and work, and could
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better.
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Good afternoon, I am Messi Bopo. This is the news update. President Muhammadu Buhari has enjoined African ambassadors to continue to give preference to the protection of the interests of African continent and her people. The president made the call in Seoul during an audience with the African group of ambassadors accredited to the Republic of Korea on the sidelines on the First World Bio Summit in Seoul. The president's media aide, Femi Adesina, in a statement quoted Nigeria's leaders saying that the economic prosperity and development of Africa is a collective responsibility of Africans in leadership position. Meanwhile, presidential candidate of the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, has put to an end the insinuation that he would be stepping down for another party's flag bearer. Speaking through his spokesman, Ladipo Johnson, amid speculations that the NNPP standard bearer will collapse his campaign for another presidential candidate before 2023. Kwankwaso said there was no talk of collapsing his campaign for another person. He said it's too late for measures and that there's no talk of collapsing the campaign, Kwankwaso's campaign or the NNPP campaign at any level at the moment with any of the parties or any of the candidates that are not on the card yet. Former governor of Ondo State, Olusegun Mimiko, has stated that People's Democratic Party, PDP, must allow its internal structure to reflect the diversity of Nigeria before embarking on its 2023 mantra of unifying the country. Mimiko, who disclosed that he has not backtracked from the position of Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State, Governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, and other grieved leaders of the party on the agitation for regional equity within the party, stressed his commitment that a member of the party of a southern extraction must be the national chairman before the 2023 elections. The ex-governor stated this while rejecting his nomination as leader of campaign following his purported nomination on the campaign council list. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has said that selling petroleum premium motor spirit PMS at 180 naira per litre is no more feasible in Oyo and Osun State. IPMAN chairman of Ibadan Depot, which covers Oyo and Osun State, Muti Bukola, said this and its members would increase the pump price so as to avoid the long queues in those states. Bukola explained that it is not possible for members of the association to sell at all price due to the increment of the landing cost and the cost of transportation. And still on petroleum, the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Petroleum, IPMAN, Western Zone, has attributed the increase in pump price of premium motor spirit in the hike and the private depot prices. The chairman of the zone, Dele Tajuddin, announced this in an interview with newsmen on Tuesday. While condemning the increase, he said that there had been increase in depot price of fuel from 148 naira 0.17 naira per litre to 178 naira per litre last week. According to him, none of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited NNPC's depot have products, and the private depots took advantage of the situation to hike the price. The IPMAN chairman said the marketers should not be blamed for increase in pump price, adding that selling at 170 naira per litre is not realistic. However, a top official of the Depot and Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, who preferred to be unidentified, said the scarcity was a result of shortfall in product allocation from the NNPC. The fire raging at the section of WAEC headquarters multi-story building has now been put out. Investigation revealed that the fire started on the third floor of 12th story due to power surge. A total of 7 female staff of corporation were trapped on the 5th and 7th floor and were safely evacuated due to the swift response of the combined efforts of the Lagos State Fire Service team alongside other agencies on ground. Recovery operation is ongoing. The Nigerian government has lost its bid to transfer the suit of extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, from Umuahia to Abuja, as the Federal High Court in Umuahia, Abia State, insisted that it has the jurisdiction to hear the determination and determine the suit. This was disclosed by Kanu's special counsel, Aloy Ejiamakor, in a tweet stressing that the matter was still ongoing. The special counsel was challenging Kanu's abduction and extraordinary rendition from Kenya, even as he is, among other things, praying the court to order his return to Kenya, where he was abducted, or the United Kingdom, his country of abode. Osun State Governor Adegboyega Oyetola has vowed that he will reclaim his electoral mandate at the Election Petition Tribunal and also reiterated his confidence in the country's electoral process. Oyetola made this known while addressing Osun All Progressive Congress APC members during the mass work organized for the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his running mate Kashim Shettima in Osogbo. The Osun governor, who personally led the members in a walk, told the party members that the APC remained the party to beat in Osun and in Nigeria, and also disclosed that the party's presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu remained the candidate to beat in the February 2023 presidential election. Nigeria's worst flood in a decade has so far forced about 1.4 million people out of their homes, destroyed over 70,000 hectares of farmland, and killed more than 500 people, according to a report. Feel the pulse of the people on our Street Views.
It's not being used in the proper way because where the funds are meant to be used are not where they are used. That's what I can say about the issue of funding. And based on the flooding issue right now is that I think is the other day I was listening to the news and they are talking about the dam issue, that the dam is not properly managed. I think the government should use the fund properly and see how they can manage the dam so that the issue of flooding can reduce.
What needs to be done is, I think it's very simple. The government should, come up with a drainage pattern that would help limit these flood occurrences. You get? So I think that's just the point. Otherwise, we'll keep having this and eventually, it never goes down. It gets deeper, and before you know now, houses start sinking, cars gone and all that. Sometimes lives lost. I think the best thing is to provide a drainage system that will limit or help reduce the flood in this area.
Just like River Benue, there's a particular time that they said there's a particular amount of money that they gave, that the river, there's sand inside the river, that they have to move the sand out, so that when such thing is coming, there will be space for the water to enter so it won't affect those that are living around the place. But the governor did not do anything about it, and that's why such thing is affecting us in Benue State. In other places, I don't know, but the only thing they can do now is just to assist the people that something destroyed their property with some amount of money, so that if they can shift from that place to places that are not close to the river, I think it will be more better.
If there's no drainage, enough drainage, if you want to construct the road, I think you first do enough drainage and enough gutter. I think can contain to disturb people for the environment that they are living. I think that is because if there's no drainage, there's no gutter, enough gutter. Because as you can see any little rain, you can see gutter will everywhere will flood up. You understand? So I think that we will construct enough drainage, enough that we control, because that flood issue is really disturbing people in the neighborhood.
And to other parts of Africa, 11 leaders from Central Africa have gathered in DRC's capital to discuss the process of political transition in Chad. A member of the Economic Community of Central African State, Chad has been represented by Mohamed Idris Dabi, who was appointed transitional president by a national forum earlier this month. The meeting comes days after clashes between Chadian police and protesters in which 50 people died, including a dozen members of the security forces, according to government tolls. And in entertainment news, Adidas is terminating its partnership immediately with Kanye West, the sporting goods maker said, reacting to a rash of offensive behavior from the American rapper and designer. The German company said it does not tolerate hostile or any other sort of hate speech. A lawyer representing Kanye West did not respond to a request for comment. The company said ending the partnership and the production of Yeezy branded products, as well as stopping all payment to Ye and his company, will have a short-term negative impact of up to $250 million on its net income this year. Adidas put the partnership under review earlier in October after a repeated effort to privately resolve the situation. Ye has courted controversy in recent months by publicly ending major corporate tie-ups and due to outbursts on social media against other celebrities. And in sports news, Cristiano Ronaldo has returned to first-team training with Manchester United and is contention to face FC Sheriff in the Europa League on Thursday. Ronaldo was dropped for the 1-1 draw with Chelsea at Stamford Bridge on Saturday after refusing to come on as substitute during the win over Tottenham Hotspur. Ronaldo, 37, was told to train alone with fitness coach on Friday, but was allowed to rejoin the squad on Tuesday ahead of Thursday's game against FC Sheriff. And that's it on the news update. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Ibuku. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Do have a great afternoon.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And has this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame?
Put your account number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Tomungo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was and probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I'll give you back millions or thousands. Will you come back some other time? No, 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 no. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me, in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theatre itself, it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempts to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see they can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them that opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times, some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. At times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. People cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular. Hopefully, the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way. It's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers. And you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find out that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the censors board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions on what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we are in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by ad work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not? I'll bring the person on board. So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line. I want to start using or there's a sentiment of now help us to make it known. If you start a particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you would need to still pass through 1 or 2 trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the 4 walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets. They second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray